Chapter 993. The purple light pierced through the sky. The soft sword in Song Ling Su's hand straightened instantly. The sword tip shone brightly, tearing the sky apart. This sword contained all of Song Ling Su's true chi. It was the most powerful attack of the Wind Cutter sword art. As the sword slashed down, the fine sword light broke through the purple clouds and headed toward Su Wei. Purple cloud sky encirclement. Su Wei's expression changed. The sword tip was so sharp that it felt like it was going to cut him in half. He immediately unleashed an even more powerful attack. Purple clouds filled his face. Even his eyes were covered in a layer of purple light. The purple cloud radiance's true chi exploded completely. It was even more shocking than before. This attack was even more powerful than the purple cloud from the east. Streaks of purple light swept out, filled with horrifying power. It was as if they could destroy everything. Like a flood, they destroyed the sword light and sent Song Ling Su flying. After landing on the ground, she took a few steps back and forced herself to stop. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura weakened. Sorry. I thought you could take this attack. Su Wei pretended to be surprised. Hypocrite. An inner sect disciple scolded without hiding his voice. I'm just a scumbag. Another inner sect disciple said angrily. Su Wei's expression did not change after hearing that. However, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. I'm sorry. This disciple of mine doesn't know how to control his strength. Yuanhua chuckled. He flicked his finger and a pellet flew towards Song Ling Su. This purple recovery pellet will heal you. The purple recovery pellet was a unique healing pellet from the Purple Glory sect. Its healing effect was quite good. However, an inner sect elder waved his hand and the pellet flew towards Yuanhua at an even faster speed. The Blue Cloud sect has its own pellets. The elder said, I wonder if there are any other disciples from the Blue Cloud sect who would like to exchange pointers with me. Su Wei spoke again. He glanced around and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, I'll be more careful this time. Shameless boasting. Gao Bojun coldly snorted. Since you want to fight so much, I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Gao Bojun knew that Chunzong was not weak and could be ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. However, he would not be stronger than Song Ling Su. Naturally, he would not be a match for her. If Chunzong fought and was defeated, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation would be tarnished. It would be better for him to fight. After all, he and Su Wei had been true disciples for many years. Gao Bojun took a step forward, but Su Wei's expression changed greatly. He was indeed very confident, but in comparison, Gao Bojun was a half-step transcendent, and his strength was much stronger than his own. Gao Bojun, is this all you've got? Yu Jingyao suddenly said. He walked out with his hands behind his back and stood in front of Su Wei. Then it's your turn. Gao Bojun shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent expression. Gao Bojun did not care whether Su Wei would fight or not. He was just a foundation-level cultivator. His strength might be strong, but it was nothing to him. The difference between a foundation-level cultivator and a half-step transcendent was huge. Moreover, both of them were considered geniuses. Swords were drawn, and a powerful aura spread out from Gao Bojun and Yu Jingyao's body. Both of them were half-step transcendent experts. Their true chi had already been converted into spiritual power. Moreover, both of them had cultivated low-class spiritual skills, which made them even more powerful. A shocking pressure spread out, making all the inner sect disciples feel pressured. Chunzong's expression did not change, but he was also shocked. The pressure from this level of spiritual power was much stronger than Lin Jingchuan's. In addition to the martial arts that they cultivated, they were much stronger than Lin Jingchuan. Half-step transcendent was just a general term. There are also differences in strength. A powerful half-step transcendent could kill a weak half-step transcendent in one move. A blue aura surrounded Gao Bojun's body. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Gao Bojun looked like he was going to fly with the wind. His extraordinary demeanor made all the female disciples' eyes shine. Even the male disciples were subdued by Gao Bojun's demeanor. A purple brilliance spread out from Yu Jingyao's body. A powerful and majestic aura surged out, making Yu Jingyao feel very domineering. It was a sharp contrast to Gao Bojan. The blue aura was like a ray of light that flashed by, causing everyone to unconsciously narrow their eyes. The long blade was already pointed at Yu Jingyao. The blue blade aura was extremely oppressive. Gao Bojan was the only one among the 5 direct disciples who did not cultivate the sword. He cultivated the blade. Yu Jingyao opened his hands. A pair of half-finger gloves emitted a purple light, causing his palms to swell up. Gao Bojan, take my move. Yu Jingyao smiled coldly and waved his hand. A purple palm print tore through the air like a thin sheet of paper and fiercely flew towards Gao Bojan. Insignificant skill. Gao Bojan curled his lips into a smile. With a light flick of his wrist, a blue blade aura shot out. Gao Bojan cultivated the Blue Cloud Sect's only mortal grade top grade blade technique, 13 slashes. Once this blade technique was used, each strike seemed to go against the flow of water. The power behind each strike was astonishing, and under the stimulation of spirit chi, its power was even more terrifying. Half-step transcendent realm cultivators could cultivate spirit-grade secret arts, but they could not cultivate spirit-grade martial arts. This was because using spirit-grade martial arts not only consumed one's spirit chi, but also one's spiritual sense. Half-step transcendence did not have spiritual sense. Without spiritual sense, it was impossible to display the power of a spirit-grade martial art. It was just an empty shell, not even as practical as a mortal-grade martial art. Therefore, whether it was Gao Bojan or Yu Jingyao, they both cultivated mortal-grade top-grade martial arts. Because of their high cultivation and long periods of cultivation, both of them had reached the impeccable realm. Their power was astonishing. The 13 slashes countercurrent was launched. Each slash was faster and stronger than the previous one. He continuously slashed out. In an instant, there were 13 slashes. 13 sharp and tyrannical saber lights seemed to go against the current, blasting towards Yu Jingyao from the front. Yu Jingyao threw out both of his hands like claws and palms. Purple light filled the air, and its power was shocking. It was also a martial art that was very famous in the purple, brilliant martial art, Purple Chi Luo Skyhand. Purple Chi from the east and Purple Chi Gathering Heavenly Hand were actually moves from Purple Chi Gathering Heavenly Hand. When Purple Chi from the east was displayed by Yu Jingyao, its power was even more terrifying. Purple light filled the sky like a vast expanse of clouds as it rushed out. The 13 blade auras were tyrannical and flexible, like fish in water, and the purple chi in the sky was like a torrent. Gao Bojan's body and the blade seemed to have merged into one, following the 13 sharp blade auras, and rushed towards Yu Jingyao. Yu Jingyao's arms shook, and a series of explosive sounds burst out. His hands seemed to have expanded, and the power of his attacks was even more vigorous, like a flood breaking through a dam. This was not Purple Chi Gathering Heavenly Hand, but another mortal grade top grade martial art that Yu Jingyao cultivated. The Purple Brilliant Sect was not weaker than the Blue Cloud Sect. Of course, there was more than one mortal grade top grade martial art in the sect, and Yu Jingyao, as the grandson of the intersect elder Yuanhua, was one of the few true disciples of the Purple Brilliant Sect. Naturally, he had a high status and could cultivate any kind of martial art at will. Since Yu Jingyao was like this, Gao Bojan naturally would not only cultivate one blade art. Holding the blade with one hand, Gao Bojan's other hand suddenly contracted and his palms sank inwards. Tyrannical, true chi quickly condensed in his palm, constantly rotating, and traces of cyan light became more and more intense. When he attacked, it was as if the stars were collapsing. Heavenly Star, exploding Yuan palm. What a strong power! Is this the true strength of a true disciple? The intersect disciples were shocked, and the half-step transcendent sect deacons were also shocked. This kind of strength, Shunzong carefully compared and found that if he did not use the Heart Sword Force, he would not be able to defeat either of them. At most, he would be able to contend with them. After all, after obtaining the purple cloud true flame, his strength had increased by a lot. However, what he used was true chi and not spiritual power. If his true chi also transformed into spiritual power, he could easily defeat these two. Even if they joined hands, they would not be able to change the outcome. But overall, it was not clear whether Gao Boujun or Yu Jingyao's strength was really strong, completely surpassing all the previous geniuses in Blue Wave's world. Even those top geniuses who had not broken through to the transcendent realm could not be compared to them. One had to know that people like Sanggu's Holy Son were the top geniuses in Blue Wave's world, but Gao Boujun and Yu Jingyao were not the top geniuses in Lingwu Holy World. At best, they were just slightly more outstanding geniuses in Dongchen World. The gap between worlds brought about a disparity in various aspects. The battle between Gao Boujun and Yu Jingyao was becoming more and more intense. Qi energy was overflowing, and the majority of the inner sect disciples who were close to a certain range were affected by the shockwaves. Only death awaited them. So terrifying. Is this the strength of a quasi-sun genius? An inner sect disciple secretly said, and could not help but clench his fists. There were several blazing suns in Dongchen World, and that was the title of the strongest in the younger generation. There were also some geniuses who were second only to the blazing suns, and they were called quasi-sun geniuses. Below them were the morning star geniuses, and they represented the rising morning star. They had the hope of rising to the sky, shining brightly, and becoming a blazing Sunday. If a quasi-sun genius strength was already so terrifying, then what about the strength of the blazing suns? It was unimaginable. Yuanhua's expression was slightly dignified. In the battle with Gao Boujun, Yu Jingyao did not have any advantage. Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. Another tyrannical move was launched. 13 slashes countercurrent. 13 nimble and tyrannical blade lights merged together and immediately shattered the Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. Purple Cloud illuminating the world. The final move of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Hand was launched. Purple Cloud illuminating the world was the final move of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Hand, and also the most tyrannical move. It was a combination of Purple Cloud East and Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. When it was launched, purple light filled the sky, and Gao Boujun's figure was submerged. I won. The corner of Yu Jingyao's mouth curled up into a confident smile. With this move, he was sure to win. A sudden change occurred. Amidst the seemingly endless purple light, a green light suddenly flashed. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the dark clouds and instantly broke through the sky. The strongest move of the 13 slashes countercurrent, where 13 blade lights merged into one. The majestic blade light tore through the purple light, and Gao Boujun's figure turned into a wisp of smoke, as if he had lost all weight. He instantly closed in on Yu Jingyao, and his left palm struck out, exploding tyrannical, cosmic exploding Yuan palm. Chapter 994. Elder Wang flicked his finger, and a pill with a green halo broke through the air and flew towards the pale-faced Yu Jingyao. It was the Blue Cloud Sect's healing pill, the Green Essence pill. No need to trouble yourself. Yuanhua waved his sleeve, and the Green Essence pill flew back the way it came. Yuanhua's face darkened when he saw that Yu Jingyao was defeated by Gao Boujun. The purpose of bringing 3 powerful disciples here was naturally to show off their strength. In the end, they didn't expect that only Su Wei would be able to defeat an opponent of the same level, and the other 2 would be defeated, causing them to lose face. As Yu Wenhua's eldest disciple, Su Wei quickly grasped the dissatisfaction in Yu Wenhua's heart. He suddenly changed his mind and looked at Chenzong. Chenzong, the 5th true disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect. You conquered the Purple Cloud City by yourself. I'm very curious about you. Su Wei stepped forward and said to Chenzong with a smile, You must be very courageous. You won't refuse my challenge, right? Su Wei's strength was obvious to all. It could be said that he was very powerful in the Foundation establishment realm. Even a half-step transcendent like Lin Zhengchun wouldn't dare to say that he could win easily. There weren't many people who really knew Qinzong's strength, so they were inevitably worried. When Gao Boujun was about to speak, Qinzong had already stepped forward and walked in front of Su Wei. "Since you have a request, I'll give you a defeat." Qinzong's tone was calm, but gave people a faint feeling of disdain. This made Su Wei furious, and he secretly made up his mind to teach Qinzong a lesson that he would never forget. Yu Wenhua frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Yu Wenhua also knew about Qinzong from Yu Jingtian, but Yu Jingtian didn't tell him the truth. Instead, he hid some things, such as Qinzong's true strength. The reason why he hid it was not intentional, but because he felt embarrassed. He had actually been suppressed by a Blue Cloud sect disciple who was younger than him. He had lost all his dignity. Therefore, when he returned, he did not reveal the truth. He only said that the other party had a treasure and relied on the treasure to defeat and kill Chongshan. As for the Transcendent who had rescued Yu Jingtian, he hadn't arrived at that time, so it was unclear what the situation was like. Being able to save Yu Jingtian was already quite good. Shameless boasting. With a cold snort, Su Wei directly attacked. His first move was purple chi from the east, showing no mercy. With a loud bang, the purple airflow rolled out like a purple cloud in the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Su Wei had already activated his Zhen Qi to the fullest. There was no movement, but there was only a flash of white sword light. At the same time, the sound of the sword rang in everyone's ears. The beam of sword light was like a white bird flying across the water surface. It was extremely fast and vigorous, making people feel relaxed and happy. The violet chi was torn apart in an instant, and Su Wei was sent flying backward as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. Blood sprayed through the air. Yu Jingyao and Shun Haohong's eyelids couldn't help twitching, while Yu Wenhua's expression sank. None of them had expected that Su Wei would not even be able to withstand a single sword strike from the other party. It was obvious that the other party had held back. Otherwise, Su Wei would have been killed in one blow. This strength is comparable to a half-step transcendent, but his cultivation is still in the foundation realm. Yu Wenhua was shocked. Possessing half-step transcendent strength in the foundation realm was indeed rare. Even a genius like Su Wei could barely compete with an ordinary half-step transcendent. And the purity of that true chi. Thinking so, Yu Wenhua couldn't help but frown. The purity of that true chi was completely beyond imagination. Even if one cultivated a top-rank mortal-grade secret art to the highest level and grasped the secret art, it would still be impossible for it to be so pure. The purer the true chi, the easier it was for the other party to transform their true chi into spirit energy. In other words, the other party could raise his cultivation to the half-step transcendent realm in a short period of time. A 15-year-old half-step transcendent, just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. Originally, he had planned to win back some ground, but in the end, he had lost another, losing all face. Yu Wenhua had no intention of staying any longer. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed and ridiculed. He was very clear about the temperament of his old rival. Taking Yu Jingyao and his two disciples with him, he immediately left the Blue Cloud sect. No matter how one looked at it, he was a bit dejected. The inner sect disciples also gradually dispersed, but their impression of Qinzong was even deeper. He had only been an inner sect disciple for a few months, yet he had already become a core disciple with such terrifying strength. Junior brother, good skill. Gao Boujun was also very surprised. He thought that Qinzong's potential was very high, just like Yang Chaofan, but his current strength was not strong enough. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. Senior brother is even stronger. Qinzong smiled. I'm a few years older than you. Gao Boujun smiled. With your junior brother's talent, it won't be long before you catch up to me and surpass me. Although Gao Boujun was somewhat flattering Qinzong, he was also expressing his own inner feelings. Junior brother is too strong. I'm not your opponent at all. Song Lingsu also smiled, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Senior sister, is too kind. Chunzong smiled. I think it won't be long before senior sister breaks through to half-step transcendent. At that time, your strength will greatly increase. Maybe you'll break through earlier than me. Song Lingsu smiled. Yang Chaofan didn't walk over, instead staring at Chunzong's back, secretly clenching his fists. Chunzong was the same as him, promoted to the inner sect a few months ago, while he became a core disciple earlier. However, his opponent's strength was something he could only look up to. Yang Chaofan felt that even if he used the power of White Thunder, he wouldn't be his opponent. However, I won't admit defeat just like that. Yang Chaofan thought to himself. Not only did Chunzong's strength not defeat him, but it also ignited his inner fighting spirit. Qinggang Palace. Greetings, Elder. Chunzong bowed to Elder Lin. Haha, you're now a core disciple. There's no need for you to bow to me. Elder Lin smiled. The status of a core disciple wasn't much lower than the inner sect disciples. They were already on equal footing. I'm a junior, and you're a senior. I can't be rude. Chunzong smiled, bowing to Elder Lin, not because of his status, but because he was an elder. Of course, age didn't mean that Chunzong would treat him as an elder worthy of respect. People were mutual. If you were good to me, I would be good to you. If you weren't good to me, why should I be good to you? Chunzong wouldn't repay kindness with kindness, and he didn't like to repay kindness with kindness. Have you heard of a secret technique? Elder Lin was always straightforward. He didn't like to beat around the bush. Secret technique. Chunzong nodded his head. He had come into contact with many secret techniques in Blue Wave's world, but unfortunately, he wasn't used to this world. As for the secret techniques of this world, Chunzong hadn't come into contact with them. At least, he hadn't seen them in the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower, and he hadn't seen anyone else use them. He guessed that there shouldn't be many secret techniques, and they should be very precious. Elder Lin's next words also confirmed this point. Secret techniques were really precious, at least in the Dongshan territory. Blue Cloud Sect, a 4-star force, actually only had 2 secret techniques. One is a first-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sword Body, and the other is a second-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sky Shattering Sword Chi. Elder Lin said, a first-grade secret technique is more difficult to cultivate than a mortal-level top-grade martial art. Most foundation establishment cultivators can't cultivate it. In theory, a first-grade secret technique is equivalent to a half-step transcendent. Chunzong listened carefully. If that was the case, then the secret techniques of this world were more advanced than those of Blue Wave's world. The first-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sword Body, was only qualified to be cultivated by elders and half-step transcendent realm true disciples. It could be considered a kind of benefit. As for other half-step transcendents, in addition to having enough merit points, they also needed to be recognized by the sect. In other words, they needed to be recognized as loyal by the sect. As for the second-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sky Shattering Sword Chi, it was the highest secret technique of the Blue Cloud sect. It was also the so-called sect guarding secret technique. Currently, there were very few people cultivating it, except for the sect master and several inter-sect elders. Elder came to find me and told me this. Chunzong couldn't help but be curious. He had some guesses in his heart. Haha, you're right. Elder Lin laughed and immediately took out a cultivation relaying Spirit Jade. After I discussed it with the elders and obtained the sect master's approval, I decided to pass on the Qingyun Sword Body secret technique to you in advance. Perhaps with your perception, you'll be able to cultivate Qingyun Sword Body before reaching half-step transcendence. Many thanks, Elder and Sect Master. Chunzong smiled and accepted the cultivation relaying Spirit Jade. Firstly, it was because he had obtained a secret technique. Secondly, he could see the brilliance of this world's secret techniques. Cultivate well. When you succeed, remember to tell me. Elder Lin patted Chunzong on the shoulder and turned to leave. After sending Elder Lin away, Chunzong closed the Azure Dipper Temple and began to accept the information contained in the cultivation relaying Spirit Jade. Streaks of mysterious and ancient runes that were suffused with a green radiance flowed and entered Chunzong's body. Gradually, they formed a three-dimensional figure that was emitting a green radiance. Shortly after, a blue aura was born from the figure and quickly swam around. It emitted a kind of shocking sharpness that wanted to penetrate through the figure. Suddenly, the figure exploded and turned into countless pieces of information that were accepted by Chunzong. After a while, Chunzong opened his eyes, and a faint blue light flashed through them. Sure enough, although it was only a first-grade secret technique, Qingyun's sword body was much more profound than illusory fog heavenly cloud art. If it were most of the Foundation Realm cultivators, they would have to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. However, Chunzong was different. With his powerful soul and superb perception, Chunzong quickly grasped some of the mysteries of Qingyun's sword body. He continued to comprehend it without any hindrance. About an hour later, all the mysteries of Qingyun's sword body were grasped by Chunzong. When using the secret techniques of Blue Wave's world, there will usually be a lot of side effects. However, the secret techniques of this world don't have any side effects. Chunzong couldn't help but be surprised. No, it should be said that the side effects were different. The side effects of the secret techniques of Blue Wave's world were that the user would become weak and so on. However, the side effects of the secret techniques of this world were that the user would consume energy. After using the secret techniques, the user would become stronger, but the consumption of energy would increase. Since he had comprehended Qingyun's sword body, Chunzong immediately began to cultivate it. He strived to master Qingyun's sword body in the shortest time possible. Chapter 995. The season changed and winter arrived. Early in the morning, frost began to fall. A lavender aura surrounded Chunzong's body like clouds and mist. It made his figure even more hazy, like a dream. Nearly a month later, Chunzong's cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. This speed of improvement was quite amazing. Is Chun Shitty here? Chunzong had just finished cultivating when Gao Bojun's voice came from outside the hall. Senior Brother Gao, what's the matter? Chunzong's voice came out. His figure flashed, and he opened the door, only to see Gao Bojun standing outside. Chun Shitty, make a long story short. Gao Bojun also didn't beat around the bush. Senior Brotherly Zheni sent me a message saying that he found an underground palace in the floating Cloud Mountain Range. It's located at the junction of the Dongchun Realm, Yong'an, and Yinshan Mountains. I think Shinshitti's strength is quite good. If you're interested, you might as well go and explore together. All right. Chunzong thought for a moment and immediately agreed. His current cultivation was very smooth, and there were no obstacles. His cultivation was constantly improving, and his various martial arts had reached a very profound level. He had also mastered martial intent. Then we'll leave immediately. It will take about half a month to reach the destination, Gao Bojun said. The two of them didn't have much to pack, so they stored their things in their storage rings. After informing the sect, they quickly left. Experts were never born from greenhouse flowers. Only after experiencing the tempering of life and death would they be able to forge an indomitable will. Only then would they be able to surpass the ordinary. Thus, the sect would not restrict their disciples from going out to temper themselves. This was also the case for true disciples. What's more, Gao Bojun and Chunzong hadn't left the Dongchun realm, let alone this area. In the eyes of the sect, this kind of experience wasn't too dangerous. As soon as they left the Blue Cloud sect, Gao Bojun and Chunzong used their movement techniques to hurry on their way. The Blue Cloud sect only had one mortal-level supreme-grade movement skill, 1,000 miles of mist. Gao Bojun, Songling Su, and Chunzong all cultivated it. However, Chunzong had already cultivated the 1,000 miles of cloud and smoke, while Gao Bojun had only cultivated to the trance stage. Fortunately, his cultivation level was higher than Chunzong's, so his speed was very fast with the help of his spiritual power. After using the movement technique for a long time, the two of them would stop and rest for a moment to recover their strength. If they encountered any danger and were unable to defend themselves due to the excessive consumption of strength, it would be very tragic. Junior Brother, has your 1,000 miles of mist already reached the Ruhua realm? Gao Bojun asked in surprise. Chunzong smiled but said nothing. Should he say that his 1,000 miles of mist had already mastered the movement technique? If he said that, it would be unavoidable to show off. Gao Bojun didn't get to the bottom of it, because it would only annoy people. The two of them chatted casually. After half an hour, their strength was almost recovered, so they continued to use their movement techniques to hurry on their way. Chunzong's predecessor, Chun Qingzong, had a very monotonous experience. The longest journey was from Qinglin City to the Blue Cloud sect, so he didn't know much about the outside world. Along the way, the two of them encountered several robberies. They were all rogue cultivators who had been reduced to robbers. Those who had been reduced to robbers were usually not very strong and were not a match for the two of them at all. Time flew. Chunzong and Gao Bojun entered the Floating Cloud Mountain. The Floating Cloud Mountain was a huge mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, crossing the territory of Dongchen. The scenery of the Floating Cloud Mountain was ancient, with towering trees. It was a primitive landscape, but some places were broken. Obviously, there had been a great battle. It didn't take long for Chunzong to see a figure standing on a big rock a few meters high. The man was dressed in green, carrying a long sword on his back, and was about the same age as Gao Bojun. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He had an imposing appearance, and his face seemed to be shining with a slight smile. "Senior brother," Gao Bojun immediately shouted as soon as he saw the man. "Junior brother Gao." The man responded, and then his eyes fell on Chunzong's face. "This is Chunzong, the new successor disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and Chun Shidi. I'm Li Jini." "Greetings, senior brother." Chunzong saluted. "Chun Shidi." Li Jini saluted back. From this point, Chunzong more or less understood Li Jini's character. Without further ado, Li Jini immediately led Gao Bojun and Chunzong to the underground palace. While waiting for the two junior brothers to arrive, I went into the underground palace several times, but I could only go a few thousand meters each time. Li Jini said as he led the way. He told Gao Bojun and Chunzong about his experiences in the underground palace so that Gao Bojun and Chunzong could understand. "Senior brother, did you find anyone from the other sect?" Gao Bojun asked. "Not yet." Li Jini smiled. "But we can't rule out the possibility that there is more than one entrance to the underground palace." In other words, Li Jini found an entrance to the underground palace here, and maybe there were other entrances to the underground palace in other places. It doesn't matter if other people enter, as long as they are not in the transcendent realm. Gao Bojun smiled. In the Dongchen territory, Gao Bojun was a quasi-sun-level blazing sun, second only to Li Jini. He wasn't weak at all. Following Li Jini's footsteps, the three of them used the 1,000 miles mist movement technique and turned into 3 wisps of smoke. It could be seen that Gao Bojun's wisp of smoke was the simplest, and they could still see his silhouette. Li Jini's wisp of smoke was blurry, but Chunzong's wisp of smoke was completely invisible, as if he was really just a wisp of smoke. The difference in realm was obvious at a glance. Gao Bojun felt that something was wrong, but before he could think about it, Li Jini stopped and pointed to the front. "Junior brothers, there is the entrance to the underground palace." From the smell of the soil, they could tell that the entrance to the underground palace had been discovered not long ago. That was indeed the case. Li Jini had chased a demonic beast to this point and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the demonic beast. Under the overflowing energy, the entrance to the underground palace was revealed. "Let's go." The three of them immediately turned into wisps of smoke and quickly entered the underground palace's entrance, which was as dark as the mouth of a giant beast. As soon as they entered, they felt a chill, as if the temperature had plummeted. However, this drop in temperature had no effect on the three of them. "Junior brothers, follow me," Li Jini said and took the lead, following the route they had explored earlier. Along the way, Chunzong and Gao Bojun saw some corpses of strange beasts that had died not long ago. They were the monster beasts that Li Jini had killed. After about a few thousand meters, Li Jini suddenly stopped, and his eyes became serious. The light inside was dim, but it did not obstruct their vision. Therefore, Chunzong could see that there was a half-open door in front of them, but it was dark and blocked by the door, so they could not see what was inside. Junior brothers, that is a side hall of the underground palace. There's a group of very strong underground palace monsters inside. With my ability, I can only kill a small part of them, but if I'm surrounded, I will most likely die. Li Zhini said in a serious tone. They had broken through several times, and each time they had just entered the door, a group of terrifying monster beasts would rush over. After killing a few, Li Zhini felt that he was no match for them and immediately retreated. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the monster beasts would disperse and stop chasing him. Otherwise, Li Zhini would not have waited outside for Chunzong and Gao Bojan to come. Li Zhini knew Gao Bojan's strength. Although he was not as strong as himself, he was not weak either. Together with Chunzong, although he was not sure about Chunzong's strength, he heard that he could defeat Su Wei, a true disciple of the Purple Brilliant Sect, with one sword strike. He must have reached the level of an ordinary half-transcendent. If the three of them worked together, it was possible for them to kill all the monster beasts in the side hall. The purpose of exploring the underground palace was to find treasures and gain benefits. Junior brothers, before we enter, let's talk about how to divide the loot. What do you think? Li Zhini asked. They agreed to divide the loot first, so that they would not fight over the loot and ruin the friendship between them. This is my first time going out to train, so I don't know how to divide the loot. Chunzong said. I think we should divide the loot according to contribution, Gao Bojan said with a smile. Every time we get something, we'll see who contributed the most. If there's no difference, we'll divide the loot equally. In that case, the highest proportion will be 50%, and the lowest proportion will be 20%. Li Zhini said. With this distribution, it was guaranteed that the three of them would get something. Chunzong had no objection, and neither did Gao Bojan. It was decided happily. Junior brothers, I'll go in first. You two follow me, Li Zhini said, and immediately rushed into the half-open palace door. Junior brother, I'll go first, Gao Bojan said, and followed Li Zhini. The two of them went in first because they felt that Chunzong was not weak, but he was not as strong as them. Naturally, they would go in first and fight against the monster beasts inside. Chunzong took a step forward, and like a wisp of smoke, he entered the half-open palace door in an instant. As soon as he entered, the aura became colder and colder. There were also noisy roars and fierce auras. Chunzong sized up the place at a glance. Sword and saber lights flashed. It was Li Zhini's and Gao Bojan's swords and sabers. From the front, left, and right, there were monster beasts with pitch-black bodies that looked like vicious dogs. They fearlessly pounced on them. Each black dog was the size of a calf, and their auras were very terrifying. They were cold and fierce, and they were at least at the late stage of the foundation building realm. Monster beasts at the late stage of the foundation building realm were nothing to the three of them. They could easily kill them, but the problem was that there were too many of them. They seemed to be endless as they pounced on them without fear of death. Their sharp claws and teeth were very terrifying, and their power was astonishing. At the feet of Li Zhini and Gao Bojan, there were several corpses of vicious dogs. The corpses further away had already been trampled to pieces by the hounds that pounced on them. Chun Shitty, come between us, Li Zhini said. He wanted to take care of Chunzong. Eldest senior brother, you don't need to worry about me. Chunzong smiled and unsheathed the white river sword. It turned into a white sword light, and like the flowing waters of a long river, it surged continuously. The White River Sword was the top-grade mortal sword given to Chunzong by the sect after he became the 5th core disciple. It was tougher, harder, and sharper than the White Grand Sword. Top-grade mortal weapons were very precious. They were far more precious than high-grade mortal weapons. Even in the Blue Cloud sect, there were not many top-grade mortal weapons. The white sword light flashed, and several pitch-black hounds that pounced on them were cut in half like tofu. Chapter 996. My friend came over, so I went out to entertain him. I just came back. Li Jini and Gao Bojun's eyes lit up when he unsheathed his sword. They realized that they had underestimated Qinshidi. However, the stronger Qinzong was, the more advantageous it would be for them. When Li Jini entered alone, he was surrounded by countless vicious dogs. Although he was strong enough to hold on for a while, it was meaningless. All he did was kill a few more vicious dogs. Moreover, the weakest among these vicious dogs was at the 7th tier of the Foundation Establishment realm. The stronger ones were even at the half-step Transcendent realm. Once they were surrounded, even Li Jini, who was at the Blazing Sun realm, would die. Now that Gao Bojun and Chunzong were working together, the three of them would not be surrounded and could retreat at any time. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, they had killed countless vicious dogs. Junior Gao, Qinshidi's strength is probably not inferior to yours, Li Jini said. He still had energy left. I misjudged him. Gao Bojun smiled bitterly. Previously, he said that Chunzong would catch up with him. Now, it seemed that he had already caught up with him. Kill! Kill! He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but his true energy was incomparably pure. It was so pure that it was comparable to the true energy cultivated by a peerless mortal cultivation method. Even a normal half-step Transcendent Hound couldn't withstand a single strike from Chunzong. Windcutter Sword Will. Every sword was extremely fast. Every time the sword was released, the sword chi would break through the air and destroy everything. Li Jini and Gao Bojun, who occasionally saw it, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. This level of swordsmanship far surpassed theirs. The only difference between them was their cultivation. The difference between the Foundation Establishment realm and the half-step Transcendent realm, the difference between true energy and spiritual energy. Sword Will. Li Jini's experience was more profound than Gao Bojun's, because he also practiced sword arts. Moreover, he had practiced all 3 mortal sword arts, especially the Windcutter sword art, which had already reached the impeccable level. If Chunshidi's cultivation reaches the half-step to transcendence, his strength won't be inferior to mine, Li Jini said to himself. While he was shocked, he was also happy. He wouldn't be inferior to him, and he was so young. He was also a prodigy at the level of a blazing sun. The Blue Cloud sect's reputation would grow even stronger. The corpses of the hounds were piled up like a mountain, and the blood that flowed out was stinky, making people suffocate. A strange roar suddenly rang out. It sounded like a thunderclap and was extremely ear-piercing. Chunzong and the others instantly felt their scalps tingle. Soon after, the fearless hounds retreated to the sides and opened up a wide path. The figure at the end of the path caused Chunzong and the others' pupils to shrink. It was a tall figure, even bigger than an elephant. Its whole body was pitch black, and it had 2 ferocious heads. A 2-headed hound, for scarlet eyes stared at each other. Murderous intent filled the air. Turbid and stinky liquid dripped from the crisscrossing fangs like swords. The sound of dripping was especially harsh. The sound of rolling thunder constantly came from the 2-headed hound's throat. It was frightening. An astonishing aura surrounded the 2-headed hound. It was very tyrannical. It shouldn't have reached the Transcendence realm yet. Li Jini frowned and whispered. If the 2-headed hound was at the Transcendence realm, then they wouldn't be able to fight it even if they joined forces. It was better to retreat as soon as possible. But if it wasn't at the Transcendence realm, it meant that the 3 of them together could fight it. The 2-headed hound stared at the crowd with its scarlet eyes. It walked over step by step with its thick and sturdy limbs. Every time it took a step, the hard floor of the sub-palace would tremble once, producing a muffled sound that made people feel stifled. A cold aura rolled out, mixed with an astonishing evil chi. Chunzong and the others stared at the 2-headed hound and quickly circulated their strength. Especially Chunzong, who had a spiritual sense, could keenly feel the terror of the 2-headed hound. Let's join forces and kill it, Gao Bojun shouted coldly. His long saber trembled and a blue light flickered. Kill! Chunzong and Li Jini's voices sounded at the same time. Suddenly, the 3 of them attacked from 3 directions. Sword chi and saber chi broke through the air. The terrifying power directly cut open the hard floor. The two-headed hound raised its front paw and suddenly waved it. A terrible cold light tore through the void, shattering the sword chi and saber chi. Then it raised its two heads slightly and opened its black hole-like mouth. A strong sour smell spewed out along with two jet-black cold streams. The force was so violent that it was like a flood breaking a dam. Chun Zong and the other two immediately used their movement techniques to evade. However, the two heads of the two-headed hound moved left and right, and the stinky, pitch-black cold current swept out in all directions. The pitch-black hounds that were affected by the cold current let out painful cries, and their bodies were quickly corroded. This scene made Chun Zong and the others' eyelids twitch and their scalps tingle. It was so vicious. If they were stained by even a little bit of it, they wouldn't be able to escape. They pushed their body protecting true chi and body protecting spirit chi to the extreme to better defend themselves. They also pushed their movement skills to the extreme. Senior martial brothers attracted attention. Chun Zong's voice suddenly entered Li Juni and Gao Bojun's ears. They didn't know what Chun Zong wanted to do, but since he said so, they trusted him. With one on each side, sword chi and saber chi slashed through the air toward the two-headed hound. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. It was as fast as a gust of wind, splitting another gust of wind. Its power was astonishing. The saber chi was endless. In an instant, 13 saber chi slashed out. 13 saber chi slashed out from different angles. The tyrannical aura immediately attracted the two-headed hound's attention. It couldn't ignore it. Such an attack was enough to threaten it. A wisp of smoke blew past like the wind. It was extremely agile and fast. Chun Zong's figure suddenly appeared above one of the heads. He raised a white river sword high. The light purple true chi was like clouds and mist. As it surged, Chun Zong's figure became more and more ethereal, as if he was dissipating with the wind. The power penetrated the sword and covered the white river sword. The saber chi became majestic. An astonishing sword pressure surged and spread out. A terrifying will condensed on the saber chi. Pure origin sword will. Feeling this majestic power, Li Juni was even more shocked. Not only did he cultivate the sword will of the wind cutter sword technique, but he also cultivated the sword will of the pure origin sword technique. This kind of talent in the way of the sword was too amazing. Suddenly, Li Juni thought of Chun Zong's 1,000 miles of clouds. It was obviously better than his own. It was obvious that he had also grasped body will. Slash! The light purple saber chi slashed down in an instant. Its power was astonishing. It slashed mercilessly at the neck. This was the most powerful attack that Chun Zong's true chi had gathered. As the sword slashed down, the terrifying saber chi slashed into the saber chi like a hot knife through butter. Halfway through, the saber chi stopped because it hit the bones. The bones were very hard. The intense pain caused the two-headed hound to roar in anger. The other head suddenly stretched out. Its intersecting fangs were like sharp blades, ruthlessly biting towards Chun Zong. The stench assaulted Chun Zong, causing him to almost suffocate. With a bang, the hound closed its mouth. Its canine teeth crisscrossed and made a bone-numbing sound. However, it missed. Chun Zong's figure turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Kill! Gao Bojun's 13 saber chi converged into one and slashed fiercely. Li Juni's figure was erratic. The misty cyan saber chi also changed. After 3 turns in the air, it pierced toward the hound's scarlet eyes. Chun Zong's figure appeared again, and the pure chi sword chi slashed down once more. The two-headed hound's strength was astonishing, and its speed was not slow. On top of that, it could also spit out a foul and corrosive venom. Its combat ability was also not weak. If it were an ordinary half-step transcendent, even 10 of them would not be enough to kill it. However, Chun Zong's group of 3 were not ordinary half-step transcendents. Whether it was strength or combat awareness, they were far superior to ordinary half-step transcendents. Although this was the first time they had teamed up with Chunzong, their teamwork was quite good. Slash. The first head was cut off by Chunzong. Stinky blood spurted out like a fountain. The severe pain caused the two-headed hound to go mad and its surroundings to be ravaged. A saber chi like a star instantly bloomed and pierced into the scarlet eye of the other head. The saber chi it released was oppressive. With a bang, the two-headed hound's huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. With the death of the two-headed hound, the other hounds quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of corpses remained in the hall. Gao Bojun shook off the blood on his saber and breathed a sigh of relief. This two-headed hound was very strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was not confident he could kill it. However, with the three of them working together, although it was somewhat difficult, they had still succeeded. Chun Shidi, you've hidden your strength well. Gao Bojun gave Chunzong a thumbs up and said with a smile. Chun Shidi's future achievements will be above yours and mine. Li Zhini also smiled, not showing the slightest hint of jealousy. If senior brother says so, I'll feel embarrassed, Chunzong laughed. After a short rest, the three of them quickly searched the hall to see if there was anything valuable. After searching for a while, they only found a pile of egg-sized white crystal stones, but they did not know what they were. There were a total of 120 white crystal stones. In this battle, the three of them had contributed, so each of them got 40 white crystal stones. Each of them got 40 white crystal stones, which was a good harvest, but the three of them were not satisfied. After all, they did not know what the white crystal stones were used for. After searching for the white crystal stones, they found a closed door and pushed it. A rumbling sound was heard. The door was extremely heavy. The three of them used their genuine chi and spiritual power together to slowly push it open. At the same time, in another part of the floating cloud mountain, several people also found an entrance. It was also the entrance to the underground palace. Let's go. As long as there's something useful, take it all. The group of people quickly walked into the entrance while talking. Was there only one underground palace? No. Two. Also no. Because in another place, someone had already entered and advanced several thousand meters, engaging in a life and death battle with the powerful demonic beasts in the underground palace. After the door was pushed open, it was pitch black. Suddenly, bright lights lit up one after another, pushing forward layer by layer, spreading forward quickly. No one knew where it spread to. Chunzong and the other two saw clearly that there was a passage in front of them, a passage that seemed to have no end. Why do I feel that the sub-palace just now was actually a front yard? Gao Bojun muttered. Chunzong and Li Zhini also had the same feeling. It was as if the sub-palace was a small yard and a courtyard, and those evil dogs were the dogs guarding the house. Now that they had defeated those dogs, they could really enter the house. Chapter 997. Within the Lingwu sacred world, countless powerhouses had left behind many relics. Simple relics, such as storage rings. Larger relics, such as caves. Better relics, such as secret realms, underground palaces, and so on. Cultivators who went out to train might encounter some fortuitous encounters, if they were lucky. For example, they might pick up a storage ring that contained vitality stones, other treasures, cultivation methods, and martial arts. They might also find something amazing. All in all, the world of cultivators was very mysterious and full of endless possibilities. Some useless people would suddenly encounter fortuitous encounters and become geniuses. Although there were not many such examples, there had been some since ancient times. This underground palace might have been left behind by a powerhouse, or it might have been left behind by a powerful force in the past. The passageway was very long. The footsteps of the three were very light, but in this quiet passageway, it was very ear-piercing. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The three of them could not help but look back. Their expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. They saw that the door behind them had disappeared, and a mass of darkness appeared. It turned into a torrential flood that rushed toward them with an earth-shattering momentum. They did not know what it was, but it made the three of them feel a great danger. It seemed that if they were hit by it, they would end up in a terrible state. Run! The three of them used their movement techniques and ran forward at an astonishing speed. However, the black wave behind them was surging with an astonishing momentum. It was getting faster and faster, as if it was faster than the three of them. It was getting closer and closer. As if they had a tacit understanding, the three of them attacked together. Sword chi and saber chi broke through the air and blasted toward the black wave, trying to stop it. The sword chi and saber chi blasted on the black wave. Suddenly, there was an incomparably sharp sound that seemed to pierce through one's brain. Chunzong and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Only then did they realize that it was not water, but a kind of strange little insects. They were very, very small, but there were so many of them that they formed a tidal wave. The sword chi and saber chi from the three of them did indeed kill many of the little black insects. However, compared to the huge number of insects, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It did not change anything at all. On the contrary, the little black insects seemed to be enraged. They moved faster and made sharper sounds, which made Chunzong and the other two's scalps go numb and almost explode. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 sharp whooshing sounds were heard, creating an astonishing roar. It was unknown whether it was Chunzong, Li Jini, or Gao Bojun, but they were all using their full strength, not daring to stop for even a moment, for fear of being caught up by the strange black insects behind them. However, the strange black insect speed was extremely fast, and it was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, a swarm of strange black insects flew towards Gao Bojun at an astonishing speed. In the face of danger, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was swift and sharp, killing all of the strange black insects. Thank you, junior brother. Gao Bojun felt a lingering fear. Chunzong saved both Gao Bojun and Li Jini once. In turn, Li Jini and Gao Bojun each helped to alleviate Chunzong's crisis. A quarter of an hour later, everyone jumped over a strangely shaped door. They looked back and saw that the strange black insects had stopped in front of the strange door. It was as if the black passage belonged to them. Seeing that the strange black insects did not continue to chase after them, Chunzong and the other two could not help but feel relieved. Just now, it was really a matter of life and death. They were almost caught up by the strange black insects. Although they did not know what the strange black insects were, they were a great threat to them. If they were caught, they might not even have corpse left. Compared with the vicious dog just now, these strange black insects were undoubtedly more terrifying. Let's recover our strength first, Li Jini said. The three of them immediately sat down cross-legged to recover the strength they had consumed when using the body movements at full speed. Chunzong's genuine chi was majestic, vigorous, and pure. Even if he used the body movements at full speed, he only consumed less than half of his genuine chi. Therefore, he recovered faster. Moreover, Chunzong had cultivated the heavenly cloud illusory fog technique to the highest level and mastered the technique. His meridians had been refined by the power of the purple cloud, true flame, and had become thicker and tougher. His speed was even more amazing. After Chunzong's genuine chi was completely recovered, Li Jini and Gao Bojun were still recovering. Chunzong was responsible for guarding and carefully observing. The strange black insects had already retreated and disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared. Looking ahead, the passageway had expanded several times and become even wider. About 100 meters ahead, there were 2 statues standing on the left and right sides. The statues held spears in their hands and stood tall and straight, as if they were the most loyal guards. After a while, Li Jini and Gao Bojun also recovered all of their spiritual power. After such a rest, everyone's spiritual power was restored to the peak, and they continued to move forward. The ground was red and straight ahead. On both sides of the red ground were black, and the lines were clear. They could see that one statue after another was erected on both sides of the red path, with a distance of 10 meters between them. Each statue was about 2 meters tall. They were clad in heavy armor and were entirely grayish-black in color. They gave the three of them a cold, steel-like feeling. Looking past the statues on both sides, they finally focused on the end. There was a seat, like a throne, on top of 5 steps. On the huge throne sat a tall, burly figure with a straight back. His whole body was covered in heavy armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, just by sitting there, that figure gave off a majestic aura like that of a mountain. It was majestic and different from a mountain. "There's something strange," Li Jini said as he looked around again, but he could not find what was strange. From the moment he stepped in, Chunzong also had a strange feeling. He had already spread out his spiritual sense, but he could not find anything suspicious. Immediately, Chunzong's eyes fell on one of the statues. His spiritual sense also covered the statue, and he felt that it was cold and there was no other aura. Gao Bojun gently knocked on one of the statues with his long saber, making a sonorous and harsh sound of metal colliding. This knock seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. The statue shook slightly, and cracks appeared on its body. The cracks quickly spread, and the sound of cracking was very ear-piercing. Gao Bojun was shocked and quickly stepped back. He held his long saber in front of him, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Chunzong and Li Jini also looked over at the same time, and their sharp eyes were like sword chi. The cracking sound became more and more intense and harsh, making people's scalps tingle. With a thud, the statue full of cracks took a step forward. Its steps were heavy, like metal hitting hard on the hard ground. Pieces of gray debris fell from the statue. When it took the first step, Chunzong and the other two could see that the statue's movements were stiff, but when it took the second step, its movements began to become smooth. After 3 steps, it was like an ordinary person. Immediately, an extremely powerful sound broke through the air, making Gao Bojun's scalp tingle and his face change greatly. He only felt that an amazing pressure was coming, as if it was going to penetrate him. It was a long spear attack, like a meteor breaking through the air, extremely terrifying. Gao Bojun's reaction was extremely fast. He slashed his long saber and hit the tip of the spear directly. Under the violent collision, countless sound waves like water ripples exploded crazily and rushed in all directions. The harsh sound made Chunzong and Li Jini's eardrums hurt, as if they were being torn apart. Gao Bojun even felt an extremely tyrannical force rushing towards him. His entire body was unexpectedly pushed back uncontrollably. His long saber trembled incessantly. Its trembling sound was like that of a swarm of bees dancing in the air. The power of Gao Bojun's saber was also very strong. The statue's body slid back quickly, and its feet dragged 2 scratches on the hard ground. Strictly speaking, it could not be called a statue anymore. It was a warrior covered in black armor from head to toe, and the long spear in his hand was also black. His footsteps paused, and another spear pierced through the air. Then, more cracking sounds were heard, and Chunzong and Li Jini's faces changed greatly. In addition to the figure on the throne, there were a total of 12 statues here. In other words, the gray on the other 11 statues were falling off, as if they were awakening. A terrible cold aura spread out and filled the surroundings. 1 guard and 12 guards were completely different. The pressure made Chunzong and the other 2 almost suffocate. Let's get rid of it first. Both Chunzong and Li Jini reacted quickly and made the right choice. They did not know the strength of the other 11 guards, but the strength shown by this guard was very strong and not inferior to Gao Bojun. If the other 11 guards were as strong as this, it was definitely not good news for the 3 of them. It would bring them a lot of trouble. Therefore, they should concentrate on getting rid of 1 guard first to reduce some of the pressure. Gao Bojun immediately performed 13 countercurrent slashes. Li Jini performed the Wind Cutter sword technique. Chunzong performed the Wind Cutter sword intent. He showed no mercy. They had to kill this powerful guard in the shortest time possible, so that they could better deal with the other 11 guards who were breaking the seal. 13 countercurrent slashes blocked the guard's fierce spear. Chunzong and Li Jini's sword light fell on the guard's body, making a harsh sound of metal clashing. The sturdiness of the armor on the guard's body was unexpected. The two's full-strength sword attacks did not break it, but only left a sword mark. This result undoubtedly shocked Chunzong and Li Jini. Although they were shocked, the two of them did not stop because of this and attacked again. Li Jini was very talented in swordsmanship, and he was also very good at fighting. He immediately changed his swordsmanship to the Great River swordsmanship. The Great River swordsmanship was continuous and vigorous. Once it was performed, if it was not interrupted, it would continue to attack, and its power would become stronger and stronger. Chunzong also changed his swordsmanship to the Great River swordsmanship, and his sword power was continuous and vigorous. The extremely accurate sword light continuously chopped the same sword mark. After many attacks, the guard kept retreating, and the spear counterattack was blocked by Gao Bojunt's long saber. It could not interfere with Chunzong and Li Jini at all. Slash, slash, slash. The sturdy armor was finally cut open. The tyrannical sword chi rushed in and cut the body of the guard in half. Chunzong and the other two just noticed that the guard was not made of flesh and blood under the armor. Puppet, Li Jini exclaimed. Chapter 998. In the underground palace, a deafening roar tore through the eardrums. Streaks of spear radiance pierced through the air, leaving long white streaks in the air. They blasted toward Chunzong and the other two as if nothing could stop them. Every guard's strength was as strong as Gao Bojunt's. Moreover, their attacks were ruthless and merciless, which posed a great threat to Chunzong and the other two. Now that Chunzong did not use the power of the heart sword, his cultivation was similar to Gao Bojunt's. It would be very difficult for him to kill these guards one-on-one. Among the three, Li Jini was the strongest. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the guards. The 11 guards surrounded the three of them. 11 spears pierced through the air. There was no superfluous technique. There was nothing fancy about it. There was only the combination of speed and strength, and the power of each spear was pushed to the extreme. When the swords and sabers hit the guards, they were blocked by the armor. At most, they would leave a sword mark. It would take more than 10 swords to hit the same spot to break the armor. Green cloud sword body, Li Jini shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a strong aura burst out from his body. Like a ferocious beast awakening, his spiritual power surged and broke through the limit. It was as if Li Jini's meridians were going to be torn apart. Then, wisps of green light gushed out from his body and spread out. It dyed his long black hair with a faint green halo. There seemed to be a layer of green light in his eyes. In an instant, Li Jini's aura soared. His strength became stronger and faster. His spiritual power also changed and became sharper. Kill! A sword pierced through the air, cutting the wind and sweeping the ground. The sword moved faster and the blade became sharper. When the sword fell, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the guard's armor. This mark was much deeper than the previous one. Green cloud sword body. Chunzong and Gao Bojun also performed this secret method. With a loud bang, Chunzong felt as if a ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber within his body. A tyrannical power swept through his entire body. His surging genuine chi also underwent some peculiar changes, like a blunt sword being sharpened. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and strands of green light appeared in his eyes. Chunzong could clearly feel that his entire body was brimming with power, as if it was limitless. His true chi had also become sharper, and its might was even more astonishing. Kill! Once the azure cloud sword body was displayed, the strength of the three immediately increased by a lot. Under their tacit cooperation, another guard was killed. The azure cloud sword physique was a first-grade secret technique. It greatly increased the strength of the three of them, but at the same time, it also increased the consumption of their strength. The first sword strike knocked back the guard, and the second sword strike followed. The speed of the sword strike surprised Chunzong. 3 consecutive sword strikes landed on the same spot on the guard's body, instantly breaking open the armor. The third guard was dead. The The fourth guard was dead. The fifth guard was dead. As the guards died one by one, the pressure on the three of them lessened. The last guard was killed. Chunzong and the other two immediately deactivated the Azure Cloud Sword Physique. Otherwise, they would continue to consume their strength. Chun Shitty, you really surprised me, Li Zhini said in surprise again. The Azure Cloud Sword Physique was a first-grade secret technique. It was very rare. Generally speaking, even a 3-star force might not have it. Generally speaking, only half-step transcendent experts would cultivate secret techniques. Only those who had reached that level were qualified to cultivate secret techniques. For example, Li Zhini and Gao Bojun had only obtained the Azure Cloud Sword Physique after advancing to half-step transcendent. They had also spent more than a year to cultivate the Azure Cloud Sword Physique to the initial level. Chunzong had already cultivated the Azure Cloud Sword Physique before reaching half-step transcendent. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the initial level. He was not inferior to the other two. It was inevitable that they would be shocked. The sound of cracking rang out again. This time, it was even more intense than before. The three of their faces suddenly changed. Their eyes focused on the figure on the throne. Cracks appeared on the burly figure's body. The burly figure slowly stood up, and countless gray fragments fell from his body. Hong! 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 A terrifying sound reverberated from the burly figure. Waves of energy rolled out like waves. When it swept past Chunzong and the other two, they suddenly felt their bodies sink. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible gravity. The circulation of their blood, qi, and spirit qi slowed down. Their hearts were suppressed, and they had difficulty breathing. All the fragments on the burly figure fell off, revealing a thick and overbearing black armor. The eyes under the mask opened. An array of golden light shot through the air. With a bang, the aura exploded like a destructive storm. It swept through the entire palace and bombarded Chunzong and the other two. The three of them kept sliding back, their feet leaving long marks on the hard ground. The three of them were horrified. The opponent had not even made a move, but his aura was already so terrifying. How could they fight? Was he at the Transcendent Realm? What should they do? Should they retreat? Or should they try and fight to the death? In an instant, the three of them made the same choice. Kill. Without hesitation, they displayed the Azure Cloud Sword Body again. Their long black hair fluttered in the wind. Their eyes were also suffused with a layer of azure light. They had to fight with all their strength. The burly figure on the throne raised his right arm and pulled out a huge sword. The sword was like a door plank, dark and heavy. With a swing of the sword Chi turned into a terrifying hurricane that roared and destroyed everything in its path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chunzong and the other two pulled out their swords and tore a hole in the hurricane. They shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed towards the burly figure. The burly figure's strength was amazing. His aura was extremely terrifying. However, his speed was a shortcoming. He was not as fast as Chunzong and the other two after displaying the Azure Cloud Sword Body. Both the sword and the saber slashed out at the same spot on the burly figure. A trace appeared, but the trace was relatively faint. It was so faint that Chunzong and the other two were helpless. After displaying the minor accomplishment of the Azure Cloud Sword Body, their strength had increased greatly. The three of them could kill a guard in an instant if they joined forces. However, they could not do anything to the burly figure. The gap between them was too big. They continued to work hard. Their swords and sabers continued to slash, relying on their speed and agility. However, the sword mark deepened a little, but there was no sign of it breaking. Retreat, Li Zhini shouted in a low voice. The three of them did not hesitate and immediately retreated to create enough distance. He's too strong. We can't beat him. Gao Bojun was distressed. Did they have to stop here? If they stopped here, they would not gain anything other than some white crystals of unknown use. It was inevitable that they would be unwilling to give up. Li Zhini frowned and stared at the burly figure. The burly figure took a step forward. With one step, the whole palace shook and made an astonishing sound. The giant sword was waved and the hurricane roared. Senior brothers, I have a move to try. If it doesn't work, I'll have to leave, Chunzong said. Okay. Li Jini and Gao Bojun agreed without hesitation. The White River sword was held horizontally in front of him. His spiritual sense rippled, and the heart sword force gathered on the body of the sword. A transparent halo spread out, causing the sword to become transparent as well. It was as if it was going to blend into the air, faintly discernible. Li Jini and Gao Bojun's expressions changed drastically. They keenly felt that Chunzong's sword was condensing a force. It was an indescribable force that made their hearts palpitate. His long hair fluttered in the wind. In an instant, Chunzong burst out at full speed. He turned into a stream of light and cut through the air toward the burly figure. The giant's sword slashed vertically. It was as if it could split a mountain. Its power was unparalleled. The astonishing sword pressure was as powerful as a mountain. It fell from the sky and was about to crush Chunzong's body. His body suddenly shook as if it was about to be crushed. However, it turned into a wisp of smoke and shuttled through the terrifying hurricane of the giant sword. Li Jini and Gao Bojun stared. Chunzong's sword would determine whether they could continue or leave unwillingly. Close. The wisp of smoke shook and turned into Chunzong. He slashed horizontally with his sword. Chunzong was very afraid of the burly figure's strength. He also paid great attention to it. Therefore, he condensed most of the heart sword force into this sword. He mobilized all of his spiritual sense to compress the heart sword force into it. He only had the strength of one sword. If it failed, Chunzong would not have the strength to fight again in a short time. Kill. This was the most powerful sword. It was also the sword that carried all of Chunzong's beliefs. Heart sword force. Wind cutter sword will. The sword slashed through the sky and hit the black armor on the burly figure. The moment the sword touched it, Chunzong felt a kind of hardness. An amazing hardness blocked the sword. However, the power of the heart sword force was very strong. It belonged to the power of the transcendent realm. It cut through the armor like a hot knife through butter. With all of his strength, the sword light cut through the burly figure's armor and cut his entire waist in half. The burly figure suddenly stopped moving. His upper body slowly slid down and hit the ground with a powerful sound. Li Jini and Gao Bojun's hearts beat wildly. Such a tyrannical opponent was cut in half by Chun Shidi's sword. How terrifying was the power of that sword? The two of them felt dizzy when they thought about it. It was terrifying, very terrifying. From the time they met Chunzong until now, Chunzong had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again. Every time they thought Chunzong was amazing, they would soon find that it was nothing. There were even more amazing things. However, when they saw Chunzong's pale face and weak breath, Li Jini and Gao Bojun also understood that the sword just now was Chunzong's trump card. He had used all of his strength. Chun Shidi, you rest first, Li Jini said. He and Gao Bojun stood guard for Chunzong. At the same time, his sharp eyes swept across the surroundings. When he killed those evil dogs, he found some white crystals, but he did not know what he could get now. The unknown made him look forward to it. The reason why Chunzong's face was pale was that he had consumed a lot of his soul sense. Of course, his true chi was almost exhausted. Under the operation of the cultivation method and the mind refining method, his true chi and soul sense were quickly restored. As for the heart sword force, it was also restored. About an hour later, Chunzong's strength was completely restored. When he opened his eyes, there was a pile of white crystals in front of him. Li Jini and Gao Bojun took turns to find them in the hall. Junior brother, there are a total of 1,000 white crystals. This time you contributed the most. According to our previous agreement, you should get 50%. Junior brother Gao and I will each get 25%. Li Jini said to ask for Chunzong's opinion. But it was all because of you that we were able to kill them. So after discussing with junior brother Gao, I think that Chun Shidi should get 70%. Chapter 999. So far, Chunzong and the other two did not know what the white crystal stone was used for, but it definitely had its value. The three of them found the closed door of the palace and pushed it open together, but what they saw was not a passage, but an illusory darkness. The darkness was like water rippling slightly, leading to an unknown destination. Chunzong and the other two looked at each other, nodded, and stepped forward together. No matter what was in front of them, the three of them would work together to face it. Their figures instantly submerged into the darkness, as if they were silently swallowed, disappearing without a trace. It felt like they were walking through water, but did not hinder their breathing at all. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, the three of them felt a bright light and unconsciously closed their eyes. It took them a while to adapt and slowly open their eyes. This was a huge palace. The pitch-black floor was flat and as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everyone's figures. There was nothing in the surroundings except for a black ball of light with a diameter of about a meter floating in the air above the center. It was slowly rotating. Chunzong and the other two were studying the black ball of light, but found that it was very mysterious and did not leak any aura. They could not see through it at all. It was just like a very ordinary black ball of light. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from the black ball of light, and when it passed over Chunzong and the other two, they felt a chill run down their spines. Their blood and qi solidified. Their true qi and spirit qi became sluggish, and even their thoughts became rigid. In just a moment, everything returned to normal, but that feeling still lingered in their hearts, making the three of them realize the horror of this black ball of light. Then, one after another, words appeared on the black ball of light, attracting the attention of Chunzong and the other two. Extraordinary pill. Taking it will give a 70% chance of comprehending extraordinary force. Cost, 1,000 white crystals. Extraordinary pill. Chunzong and the other two were surprised. It was well known that in order to break through to the transcendent realm, in addition to mastering spirit qi, one also needed to comprehend and master extraordinary force. The latter was more difficult than the former. In other words, if one could obtain such an extraordinary pill, their chances of breaking through to the transcendent realm would greatly increase. Were white crystals? Gao Bojun asked. Soon after, the three of them thought of the white crystal they had obtained. Could it be the white crystal? The total amount of white crystals that the three of them had obtained was indeed more than 1,000, which was enough to exchange for a transcendent pill. However, the three of them had no intention of exchanging for it. Transcendent powers. Li Zhini was confident that he could comprehend it, and so was Gao Bojun. As for Chunzong, it was needless to say, the transcendent secret pill was actually prepared for cultivators who found it difficult to comprehend transcendent powers. For many cultivators, the transcendent realm was an insurmountable moat. Perhaps exchanging for the transcendent secret pill would allow him to exchange for many treasures with others, or he could auction it off and obtain a large amount of origin stones, but that was under the condition that he had enough white crystals. Now, all three of them had white crystals, and other than the transcendent secret pill, there were other things they could exchange for. The Great Breakthrough Pill could allow one to break through a great realm, for example, from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Transcendent realm. However, it could only open the heaven and earth profound gate and condense the spirit wheel, but could not help in comprehending transcendent force. The Great Breakthrough Pill could be exchanged for less than the Transcendent Secret Pill, 800 white crystals. For Chunzong and the other two, this was not of much use. Chunzong had 540 white crystals, while Li Zhini and Gao Bojun had 290 white crystals respectively. Everyone focused on the things they could exchange for. True flame body tempering art. Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. In the Blue Waves world, Chunzong cultivated both qi and body tempering. Combined, his strength was much stronger, and his survivability was also much stronger. After coming to this world, Chunzong had been searching for body tempering, but after seeing it in the Outer Sect Great Competition, he was certain that body tempering did exist in this world. However, it was a pity that the Blue Cloud Sect did not have a body refining cultivation method. Moreover, The body tempering art in this world was different from the Blue Waves world, and the Thousand Refinements art was ineffective here. The exchange for true flame body tempering art required 500 white crystals. Chunzong had 540 white crystals, but if he exchanged them for true flame body tempering art, he would only have 40 white crystals left, and he would not be able to exchange for anything else. Other than true flame body tempering art, there were indeed other things that were useful to him. However, in comparison, Chunzong quickly made a decision. True flame body tempering art. He took out 500 white crystals, but Chunzong was not sure whether the white crystals mentioned above were these white crystals. True flame body tempering art. Chunzong directly said. Immediately, a black light emitted from the black light ball and fell on the pile of white crystals in front of Chunzong, and the white crystals disappeared in an instant. Then, another black light shot out. Before Chunzong could react, the black light shot into the space between Chunzong's eyebrows. Suddenly, flames appeared in Chunzong's sea of consciousness. Then a multicolored radiance flashed and poured into Chunzong's mind. Then it transformed into pieces of information. It was the content of the true flame body refining technique. Low-grade spiritual level. This true flame body tempering art was actually a low-grade spiritual level body tempering art. Chunzong's exchange was not a secret, and Li Zheni and Gao Bojun both heard it. However, they were still thinking about what to exchange for. Chunzong found that Li Zheni and Gao Bojun's eyes fell on a line of words. Clear Mind Pill. Taking it can clear the mind and improve the power of understanding for 1 month. Requires 300 white crystals. Li Zheni and Gao Bojun both had 290 white crystals, which was obviously not enough to exchange for Clear Mind Pills. They were short of 10 white crystals. Chunzong smiled and immediately took out 20 white crystals and handed them to Li Zheni and Gao Bojun. Thank you, junior brother. The two hesitated for a moment and immediately took them. They all knew how many white crystals Chunzong had. Now that he had spent 500 white crystals to exchange for true flame body tempering art, he only had 40 white crystals left. The lowest exchange price on the black ball was 100 white crystals, so 40 white crystals were useless. With 300 white crystals, Li Zheni and Gao Bojun both exchanged for Clear Mind Pills, which meant that there was more than one thing to exchange for in this place. After the exchange, there were only 20 white crystals left for Chunzong, so they could not exchange for anything else. The three of them scattered and looked around. There was no door. In other words, this was the end of the underground palace. Until now, the three of them were still confused. They only knew that they were lucky enough to find an entrance to the underground palace, kill some strong enemies, and come here with some white crystals. Then they exchanged for Clear Mind Pills. There are too many mysteries in this world. With our current ability, we can't explore them, Li Zheni said with a smile. Let's go, Gao Bojun also said with a smile. After exchanging for a Clear Mind Pill, they would take it after returning to the sect. In the next month, their power of understanding would increase, and then they would go into closed-door training to further improve what they had learned. On the way back, they did not encounter any danger, but there was nothing. Yes, the bodies of the guards, the strange black insects, and the pitch-black evil dogs all disappeared without a trace. The ground was clean as if they had never been there. Just as Chunzong and the other two left, a light flashed, and several people appeared around the black ball of light. Extraordinary Secret Pill, 1,000 white crystals. Great Breakthrough Pill, 800 white crystals. These people were also astonished. Soon after, they understood something and took out the white crystals they had obtained. 3 figures rushed out from the entrance, and it was Chunzong and the other two. The outside world was bright, and the sun hung in the sky, giving the 3 of them a long-lost feeling. Junior brother, the body refining technique you chose is not easy to cultivate, Li Zheni suddenly said as he thought of something. Indeed, body refining is more difficult than chi refining. Not only does it require great perseverance, but it also requires sufficient resources. Otherwise, it will be very slow to improve, Gao Bojun said. As the true transmission disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, the two of them were quite knowledgeable. As they chatted, they used their body techniques and turned into 3 wisps of smoke, leaving quickly. Half a day later, a figure rushed over quickly with an astonishing momentum. Immediately, the figure stopped and saw the open entrance to the underground palace. Where is this? While wondering, he entered the entrance and appeared in the underground palace. As he kept moving forward, a monster suddenly appeared and pounced on him. After spending nearly half a month, the 3 of them returned to the Blue Cloud sect safely and went into closed-door training separately. In the Azure Dipper Hall, Chun Zong was officially comprehending the true flame body refining technique. This was a very magical technique, even though it was only a low-grade spirit-level technique. Chun Zong had not come into contact with other body refining techniques in this world, so he was not clear about the other body refining techniques. However, the true flame body refining technique was indeed magical compared to the Blue Waves world. In this world, body refining and chi refining had a strict division of levels. The Tiger Power Realm corresponded to the Foundation Establishment Realm. The Dragon Power Realm corresponded to the Transcendent Realm. Whether it was the Tiger Power Realm or the Dragon Power Realm, there were 9 levels. In theory, the first level of the Tiger Power Realm corresponded to the first level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and the 9th level of the Tiger Power Realm corresponded to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. As for who was stronger between body refining cultivators and chi refining cultivators of the same level, it was not so absolute. After all, there were differences in strength between cultivators of the same level. However, on the whole, body refining cultivators of the same level often had stronger survival abilities. The cultivation method of the true flame body refining technique was to use fire energy to refine the body, thus achieving the goal of strengthening the body. Using fire energy to refine one's body was like roasting one's body over a flame. That kind of blazing heat was not pleasant at all. No wonder it was said that the path of body refinement required great perseverance. Moreover, using fire energy to refine one's body would cause injuries and exhaustion. One had to have sufficient external materials to replenish it. As a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Chun Zong naturally had some medicine to nourish the body. As for using fire energy to refine the body, Chun Zong found that he could use the light purple flame emitted by the purple cloud true flame in his abdomen to refine the body. The effect was very good. After the first day of cultivation, Chun Zong felt the tyrannical power slowly growing between his bones and muscles. This power was different from true chi. It was somewhat similar to the strength of the Blue Waves world, but compared to strength, it seemed to have more potential. In the Blue Waves world, only those who had reached the Transcendent Realm could master strength. This power was also known as Tiger Power. It was the origin of the name Tiger Power Realm. The Tiger Power at the first layer of the Tiger Power Realm was very weak. It could only strengthen the body's muscles and was unable to be used in battle. On the 3rd day, his Tiger Power had more than doubled, and his cultivation had also reached the 2nd layer of the Tiger Power Realm. Chapter 1000. During cultivation, time would always pass by unknowingly, and it would never come back. The world of geniuses was even more changeable. A month later, Li Zhini and Gao Bojun came out of seclusion one after another. Eldest senior brother, come and fight with me. Gao Bojun's strength had obviously improved, and his fighting spirit was soaring. Okay, Li Zhini had also improved. The two of them immediately fought fiercely. Li Zhini's sword pierced through the air, and its astonishing sharpness carried a terrifying will. Windcutter sword will. Gao Bojun also waved his saber and slashed 13 times in an instant. The 13 saber lights merged into one, and it had the toughness to go against the current and break through all obstacles. Countercurrent saber will. After witnessing Chun Zong's sword will in the underground palace, taking the mind-clearing pill to improve their comprehension, and cultivating in seclusion for a month, Li Zhini and Gao Bojun finally took the last step and comprehended the sword will of windcutter swordsmanship and the saber will have countercurrent 13 slashes respectively. Their strength had obviously improved. The sword lights and saber shadows paused and dissipated. Li Jini did not move at all, but Gao Boujun took 3 steps back. Haha, eldest senior brother, you're still the best. Even though he was defeated, Gao Boujun was not depressed at all. Instead, he laughed. If I hadn't comprehended the wind cutter sword will, I might have been defeated by your saber. Li Jini smiled and immediately changed the topic. He looked in the direction of Qinggang Hall and said, I wonder how much Chun Shidi has improved in the past month. I guess Chun Shidi must be practicing the body refining skill. Gao Boujun laughed. Senior brother, Gao knows me well. A gentle voice sounded. At first, it was far away, but then it sounded like it was right beside their ears. Li Jini and Gao Boujun's eyes focused on the figure in green. It was Chun Zong. The two of them keenly sensed that Chun Zong's aura seemed to be different from before. It seemed to be more vigorous and had an indescribable power. This was a sign of success in body refinement. For a body cultivator at the Tiger Might realm, the more Tiger Might they had, the stronger their body would be, and the stronger their aura would be. This was an aura that came from their very bones. Even if they tried their best to restrain it, it would still leak out a little, allowing those with sharp senses to sense it. Chun Zong only exuded a little bit of his aura. If Li Jini and Gao Boujun didn't know that Chun Zong had acquired the body refining technique, they wouldn't have thought of it. Junior brother, take my blade, Gao Boujun shouted directly. He unsheathed his long blade, and a misty green blade light pierced through the air. Countercurrent blade intent. Gao Boujun knew that a month ago, Chun Zong's strength was not inferior to his. A month later, he had improved, and Chun Zong would certainly not stay the same. The 13 saber lights instantly merged into one. That saber light was extremely dazzling, like a divine light that could shock the world. Even a 1,000-foot-tall waterfall would be split apart by this saber. Countercurrent blade intent. The stronger your resistance, the stronger my countercurrent blade intent. Genuine chi surged, and a tiger's roar vaguely sounded from his bones and muscles. The sword light was majestic, and the sword intent was unparalleled. Pure origin sword intent. The countercurrent blade intent was shattered, but the pure origin sword intent still had some power left. In addition to genuine chi and sword intent, this sword also contained the tiger might of the Tiger Might realm. Body refinement cultivators were different from chi cultivators. Chun Zong only had the body refining technique, but not the body refining technique. Therefore, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the power of the Tiger Might. However, even the use of the chi refining technique needed to be guided by the body. Therefore, in close combat, the stronger one's strength was, the more powerful one's sword would be. Of course, if one used the sword chi or sword light to attack, the Tiger Might would not be able to achieve the same effect. Chun Shidi, I'm afraid that your strength is not inferior to mine now, Li Jini said in surprise. Chun Zong would catch up to him sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so fast. It had only been a month. Chun Shidi, what level is your body refining technique at now? Gao Boujun asked curiously. Tiger Might Realm LV7, Chun Zong said with a smile. He did not hide it. Li Jini and Gao Boujun both gasped, as if they had seen a ghost. Tiger Might Realm LV7. This was equivalent to the Foundation Realm LV7, which was nothing at all. They could easily kill a large number of them. The problem was that it had only been a month since Chun Zong obtained the body refining technique. To reach the Tiger Might Realm LV7 in a month. Horrifying. Comparisons are odious. I'm going to go into seclusion. I won't come out until I break through to the transcendent realm, Gao Boujun muttered, obviously suffering a great blow. In fact, with his cultivation at this level, he already needed to take the next step, which was to open the heaven and earth profound latch and comprehend the transcendent secret force to break through to the transcendent realm. However, this step was not easy. Even if Gao Boujun was a genius, he could not guarantee that he could do it in a short time. Wait, a voice suddenly sounded. A figure flashed and appeared in front of Chunzong and the other two like a dream. Great Elder. The three of them bowed together. The status of a true disciple was indeed high, but compared to the Great Elder, it was still somewhat lacking. I'm here to tell you something. The Great Elder's gaze was kind. He stroked his white beard and smiled. Not long ago, there was news from the Floating Cloud Palace that the current Floating Cloud King wants to open the Floating Cloud Dragon Realm. The time is about half a year later. Floating Cloud Dragon Realm? Chunzong and the other two looked at each other. They had never heard of it. Our Blue Cloud sect belongs to the Dong Chun territory, which is a corner of the Floating Cloud territory. The Great Elder slowly explained. In addition, there are also Yong and Jiangzhong, Yinshan, and Qianshui. According to legend, in ancient times, the ancestors of the Floating Cloud territory spent hundreds of years and countless precious materials to set up a dragon transformation array for the sake of the Floating Cloud territory's expansion. The dragon transformation power gradually formed a place like a secret realm. The last time the dragon transformation realm was opened was 50 years ago. There were many geniuses in that generation. The Great Elder's eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, I also wanted to participate, but unfortunately my strength was insufficient and I was eliminated. Once one enters the dragon transformation realm and participates in the dragon transformation battle, they will be able to obtain dragon transformation power. With dragon transformation power, when breaking through to the transcendent realm, one's cultivation will soar, directly breaking through to the late first layer or even second layer of the transcendent realm. Chunzong and the other two were surprised. Every cultivation breakthrough was a gradual process, from half-step transcendent to the transcendent realm. One would enter the early first layer of the transcendent realm, but if one obtained enough dragonization power, one's cultivation would soar, eventually reaching the second layer of the transcendent realm or even higher. This news was not only received by our Blue Cloud sect, but also by the other sects. Therefore, I think the other sects will make the same choice as our Blue Cloud sect. The Great Elder said, "The three of you should improve your strength as much as possible in this half a year. Either comprehend extraordinary force or open your heaven and earth profound entrances. Remember, you cannot combine both." The gap between half-step transcendent and true transcendent realm was not only extraordinary force, but also heaven and earth profound entrances. After opening a heaven and earth profound entrance, one spirit energy would gather and condense into a spirit wheel. If he could comprehend transcendent secret force and integrate it into his spirit wheel, he would be able to truly step into the transcendent realm. Once one entered the transcendent realm, they would not be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle because the dragon transformation battle was set up for the younger generation below the transcendent realm. Its purpose was to cultivate the younger generation of Floating Cloud territory. In addition to our Blue Cloud sect, there is also Purple Brilliant sect, Tian Luo Valley, and the most powerful North Star Villa in the Dongqing territory. But when the time comes, your opponents will not only be them, but also the geniuses from other sects. The Great Elder said with a dignified expression, "Our Blue Cloud sect is a 4-star force, but there are 2 5-star forces in Floating Cloud territory whose heritage is even deeper and whose geniuses are even stronger. In addition, Floating Cloud Palace is a 6-star force." Chunzong was surprised. Compared to Blue Wave's World's extreme Yuan Heavenly sect, the Blue Cloud sect was still somewhat lacking, but it was not inferior to those high-ranked sects. If it was a 5-star force in this world, it might not be inferior to the extreme Yuan Heavenly sect. As for a 6-star force, it was even more difficult to imagine. However, this did not dampen Chunzong's group of 3. Instead, it raised their fighting spirit. Regarding this, the Great Elder nodded with satisfaction. True geniuses were not born with words, but with tempering. Without fear, they strode forward with their heads held high. The Great Elder's words changed the minds of Li Zheni and Gao Bojun. Originally, they planned to go into seclusion, break through the heaven and earth threshold, comprehend the extraordinary force, and reach the transcendent realm. But now they changed their minds. They wanted to improve their strength as much as possible, either by breaking through the heaven and earth threshold or comprehending the extraordinary force, but not reaching the transcendent realm. However, whether it was breaking through the heaven and earth threshold or comprehending the extraordinary force, neither was easy. The two of them did not know if they could do it in half a year. Not only Chun Zong's group of three were warned, but Song Ling-su and Yang Chaofan were also warned. Half a year. Yang Chaofan clenches fists. With his own efforts and the sect's resources, his cultivation had now broken through to the early 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. In the next half a year, he would be able to reach the half-step Transcendent realm. At that time, with the power of White Lightning he had mastered, he would definitely be able to participate in the Dragon Transformation battle. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. He did not hate losing to Qinzong, but he was still brooding about it. One day, he would defeat Qinzong with his own hands. This was one of the motivations for his cultivation. Qinzong, who had just finished his closed-door cultivation, went into closed-door cultivation again. This time, Qinzong wanted to transform his true qi. Now that his qi cultivation had reached the limit of 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, he was only a step away from the half-step Transcendent realm. The heavenly cloud illusory mist was channeled to the extreme. His entire body became more and more blurry, as if he would disappear if a breeze blew past. Extremely pure, true qi surged, shuttling through every unblocked meridian at an extremely fast speed. When the speed exceeded the limit, the true qi began to change. Under Qinzong's powerful spiritual sense, it was compressed bit by bit. That's right. One way to transform true qi into spirit force was to compress it. This was the most direct and violent way. It could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be very easy. At least for Qinzong, who had a powerful spiritual sense, it was not difficult at all. The true qi was in a gaseous state, while the spirit force began to transform into a liquid state. As the true qi rushed through, it continued to compress and condense. Finally, the first drop of spirit force appeared. It was a drop of light purple liquid that emitted a shockingly high temperature. However, the inside of the liquid was constantly changing like clouds. After the first drop of spirit force appeared, the second drop, the third drop. More and more drops appeared. Chapter 1001. The Blue Cloud sect was a 4-star force and had several low-grade spirit-level cultivation methods and martial arts. One of the most famous ones was the Blue Cloud filling art. The Blue Cloud Sky and the sword radiating 10,000 miles were derived from the Blue Cloud Sky secret art. It was also a complete secret art passed down by the founder of the Blue Cloud sect. It was the most important martial art of the Blue Cloud sect. Only important people in the sect could practice it. For example, the sect master, the inner sect elder who cultivated the sword, or the half-step transcendent true disciple who cultivated the sword. If one didn't cultivate the sword, they could also cultivate the Blue Cloud filling art. However, they could only cultivate one of the cultivation methods. Inside the Azure Dipper Hall, Qinzong was comprehending the Blue Cloud filling art. As a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method, the Blue Cloud filling art had 11 layers. It was dozens of times more exquisite than the illusory fog sky cloud art. It was also much more difficult to comprehend. Qinzong's soul was powerful and his comprehension was amazing. However, when he comprehended a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method, he couldn't comprehend the essence in a short time like he did with a mortal-level cultivation method. Half a month. Qinzong spent half a month to comprehend the 11th layer of the Blue Cloud filling art. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong said, "Begin cultivating." The Blue Cloud filling art was undoubtedly stronger than the illusory fog sky cloud art. After all, the illusory fog sky cloud art cultivated true qi. Now that his true qi had transformed into spirit force, It was difficult to increase it with the illusory fog sky cloud art. He couldn't even display its full power. Spiritual energy could only be cultivated using a spiritual level cultivation method, and only by using a spiritual level cultivation method could one fully unleash its might. When he was in the foundation realm, the purity of Chunzong's true qi was very high. The difference between it and uncultivated spirit force was very small. Therefore, the transformation of his true qi into spirit force was faster and the consumption was lower. Now that he had finished comprehending the blue cloud filling art, his cultivation was very smooth. The liquid spirit force quickly rushed through his meridians. It slowly increased and nourished his meridians, strengthening them. Under normal circumstances, spiritual power was much stronger than true qi, and the meridians had to be stronger in order to withstand the circulation of spiritual power. Li Jini and Gao Bojun had already cultivated the clear sky filling technique, so their spirit energy was stronger than ordinary half-step transcendence. On the first day, Chunzong mastered the first level of the green cloud skill. On the third day, he reached the second level. On the sixth day, he reached the third level. The fourth level, however, took a total of 12 days. A low-rank spirit level cultivation technique was much more powerful than a top-rank mortal level cultivation technique. The two were not on the same level. As the level of the cultivation technique increased, so did the difficulty of cultivating it. When he reached the fourth level, Chunzong could clearly feel that his spiritual power had become purer and more powerful. When he used it to perform his sword art, his power would be even more terrifying. Now that I have spiritual power and the transcendent heart sword force, if I open the profound latch of heaven and earth, I can step into the transcendent realm. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. After coming to this world, he could still return to the Blue Waves world by using the power of the Heart Sword Seal. However, the power of the Heart Sword Seal had not recovered yet. Only after it recovered could he tear open the world barrier and return to the Blue Waves world. No hurry, no hurry, Chunzong secretly said, although he was very anxious to return to the Blue Waves world and kill all the people who should be killed and finish everything that should be done. But now, first, the power of the Heart Sword Seal had not recovered yet. Second, he was not strong enough. Although the cultivation of the Blue Waves world was not as good as that of the Lingwu Holy World, his enemies were not weak. Besides cultivating the clear sky filling technique, Chunzong did not neglect the cultivation of the true flame body refining technique. Under the tempering of the light purple flame of the purple cloud true flame, his body refining cultivation was constantly improving. 8th layer of Tiger Power Realm. 9th layer of Tiger Power Realm. Tyrannical power rushed through his bones and muscles. Vaguely, it seemed as if a fierce tiger was roaring in the forest. Its power was astonishing. Now that my spiritual energy is strong enough, it's time to test the power of the purple cloud true flame, Chunzong secretly said. With a move of his spiritual sense, his spiritual energy was also activated. The purple flame in his abdomen that had been motionless all this time suddenly trembled, and a terrifyingly high temperature instantly burst out. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his body was being burned, as if he was going to be burned to ashes. If not for the fact that he cultivated the true flame body refining technique, his body already had a certain resistance to heat, and his tiger power carried blazing heat. He could more or less resist the burning of this high temperature. He opened his palm, and a purple flame condensed in the center of his palm. Wisps of light purple flame spread out around it. Waves of blazing pressure spread out. After a few breaths, Chunzong absorbed the power of the purple cloud true flame into his body. The power contained in the purple cloud true flame was very strong. It did not belong to the level of the foundation establishment realm, but it was stronger than the half-step transcendent realm. It could reach the transcendent realm. In other words, Chunzong had mastered two kinds of transcendent secret forces. Clear sky filling sword art is a martial skill that goes hand in hand with the clear sky filling art. It is a spirit grade low rank sword art, and each move is very powerful. Qinzong pulled out the top-grade mortal-grade white river sword and slashed out. Suddenly, a touch of cyan appeared within the purple light. It was weak at first, but after the sword light was released, it quickly dispersed, like a cyan cloud. Mortal-grade martial arts pursued the development of one's own potential, developing one's strength to the extreme and even surpassing one's limits. Spirit-grade martial arts continued the ability of mortal-grade martial arts to develop one's own strength. In addition, it also had the ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, allowing one to erupt with even more power. In order to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, one needed to have a spiritual sense. This was the reason why ordinary half-step transcendents were unable to cultivate spirit-grade martial arts. The sect master and elders naturally didn't know that Qinzong had a spiritual sense. The reason why they gave the complete clear sky filling art to Qinzong was because of Qinzong's status as a true disciple. In fact, Li Zhini also received the complete clear sky filling art. Even if he couldn't cultivate the martial arts contained within it, he could still slowly comprehend its mysteries until he broke through to the transcendent realm. Gao Bojun didn't receive the complete clear sky filling art because he didn't practice the sword art, but he did receive a spirit-grade low-rank saber art for him to study in his spare time. As soon as the sword appeared, Qinzong felt his spirit energy and spiritual sense being drawn into the sword. It was as if there was a trace of power that didn't belong to him being drawn in from all directions. It was a kind of heaven and earth force. However, Qinzong's mastery of the clear sky filling sword art was still insufficient, so the trace of heaven and earth force was not obvious enough. Sword light flashed one after another, and wisps of green clouds filled the air. They connected together and filled the entire Azure Dipper Hall. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. The Blue Cloud sect spared no effort in the cultivation of its core disciples. As long as one had the ability, they would be provided with resources. Under this kind of unreserved supply and incomparable hard work, Yang Xiaofan's cultivation had improved at an astonishing rate. The peak of the 9th layer foundation realm. Yang Xiaofan opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to transform his true qi into spirit energy and step into the half-step transcendent realm. However, there was no time left. Li Zhini, Gao Bojun, Songling Su, Qinzong, and Yang Xiaofan all came out. Besides Yang Xiaofan, the other 4 were all half-step transcendent realm. Not bad. Great Elder's gaze swept over everyone, and he nodded in satisfaction. After nearly half a year of bitter cultivation, everyone's spirit had undergone great changes. If we depart now, it will take a lot of time to reach the Dragon Realm from our Blue Cloud sect. Great Elder said. A sharp cry suddenly rang out, and it shook the sky, causing the faces of Qinzong and the others to change greatly. The wind howled violently, and it blew through the sky and the earth, causing Qinzong and the others to sway. Especially Yang Xiaofan, whose cultivation was the weakest. It was difficult for him to resist, and he was forced to take a few steps back. Yang Xiaofan only managed to stabilize his body after using his true qi. Among the 5, Qinzong had it the easiest. Since his true qi transformed into spirit energy, his strength had surpassed Gao Bojun's and even Li Zhini's. Coupled with the increase in his body refinement realm, his strength was even more tyrannical. A huge shadow covered the sky, and a huge green eagle swooped down from the sky. Its extremely sharp eyes were like divine swords that had been unsheathed, causing people's hearts to tremble. Its sharp mouth flickered with a dazzling golden light, and its green feathers seemed to be made of green gold. Its divine light was like flowing flames, dazzling and exceptionally gorgeous. It was as if it was a giant beast forged from green gold. Folding its wings, the giant green gold eagle descended. Even though it folded its wings, its body was still enormous. It was even larger than a house, and it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This is our blue cloud sect spirit beast, the green-winged golden flame eagle. Great Elder said with a smile, "We will ride it to the dragon realm." This world was very big, and there were both humans and beasts. Wild beasts were the most common, and above them were monster beasts. Tame monster beasts were also called spirit beasts. The green cloud golden flame eagle was a transcendent spirit beast. Transcendent spirit beasts already had good intelligence. Green flame, this time will have to trouble you. Great Elder patted the eagle's feathers. The green cloud golden flame eagle nodded. The Great Elder and Elder Lin, who had just arrived, were the first to land on the golden azure cloud flame eagle's back. Soon after, Chunzong and the other four jumped up and landed on the golden azure cloud flame eagle's back. Even with 7 people on its back, it still didn't feel crowded, which showed how big the green cloud golden flame eagle was. With a flap of its wings, Chunzong and the others felt a whistling sound in their ears, and a gust of wind blew past them. In an instant, the green cloud golden flame eagle had soared into the sky, reaching a height of over 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the green cloud golden flame eagle had reached a height of over 1,000 meters. It flapped its wings again, and in an instant, it turned into a ray of green light, tearing through the sky and flying forward at an astonishing speed. To the green cloud golden flame eagle, there was no difference whether there were 7 more people on its back or 7 fewer. On the blue cloud peak, the sect master and a few elders watched the green cloud golden flame eagle's figure fly away. I hope that all 5 of the core disciples will be able to enter the Dragon Realm battle. Elder Wang said, full of hope. It wasn't that one could enter the Dragon Realm battle just by reaching the Dragon Realm. It wasn't that simple, and they still needed to go through a selection process. Only then would they be qualified to enter the Dragon Realm battle. Chapter 1002. The Floating Clouds territory spanned 80,000 kilometers and was divided into Dongchun, Yong'an, Jiangzhou, Yinshan, and Thousand Waters. Within each of these 5 territories, there were many forces. The weakest were 1 star, while the strongest were 4 or even 5 stars. The most powerful of these forces was the 6-star Floating Clouds Palace. It was located in the Thousand Waters territory and was the strongest force there. There were only 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star forces, all of which were attached to Floating Clouds Palace. Floating Clouds Palace's master was also known as the Floating Clouds King. It was rumored that he was a peerless master whose cultivation exceeded the Transcendent Realm. The Great Dragon Transformation Array was something that the Floating Cloud King had joined hands with other powerhouses to set up many years ago. The Floating Cloud King of that generation had spent a great deal of effort to set up the Great Dragon Transformation Array within 100 years. However, due to excessive wear and tear on his body, he perished several decades later. Floating Clouds Palace was located at the peak of Floating Clouds Mountain. The palace was continuous and was surrounded by countless white clouds, making it look like a paradise. Compared to the other forces, Floating Clouds Palace did not have many people. From the Floating Clouds King to the disciples, there were less than 100 people. Although there were not many people, each of them was very strong. At least half of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators. The remaining few were not Transcendent Realm cultivators, but each of them had outstanding talent, and breaking through to the Transcendent Realm was only a matter of time. The Great Dragon Transformation Array was set up by our Floating Cloud Palace's 3rd-generation Floating Cloud King. It should be our Floating Cloud Palace's disciples who can enter and obtain the power of the Dragon Transformation. Why should we share it with other powers? The white-robed Floating Cloud Palace disciple said with dissatisfaction. Junior Brother Yun, although the Dragon Transformation Array was arranged by our Floating Clouds Palace's 3rd-generation Floating Clouds King, the other forces also contributed a lot. A similarly white-robed youth with an elegant face said neither slowly nor quickly. Moreover, the 3rd-generation Floating Clouds King also left behind a message that if the Dragon Transformation Realm was opened, it would bring good fortune to the Floating Clouds territory. I know, I just feel uncomfortable. Junior brother Yin frowned. He felt like it was something that belonged to his own family. Why should it be shared with others? Actually, junior brother Yin doesn't need to be like this. On the other side, a similarly white-robed young man grinned. His face was filled with arrogance. Even if people from other factions were to enter the dragon realm, it would only be a formality. The great dragon transformation erased dragon transformation power would still be obtained by our floating cloud palace. Senior brother Fan is right. Most of the disciples from the other factions are just going through the motions. Haha, I reckon that at most, only the disciples of the 2 5-star sect have a chance to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. The disciples of the other 4-star sects don't have much hope. In the Yongin territory, there was 1 5-star force and 2 4-star forces. The Red Dragon sect with a 5-star force in the Yongin territory and was closer to the Qianshui territory. Naturally, they did not need to leave so early. However, the disciples who were qualified to participate were gathered together. Remember, try your best to pass the selection. As long as you pass the selection, you will be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Your greatest opponent will be the Floating Clouds Palace, followed by the Myriad Water Palace. However, there might be 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses from the other 4-star forces. Pay attention to them, said a red-robed elder from the Red Dragon sect. Elder, don't worry. A mere genius from a 4-star force is nothing. Do 4-star forces have any geniuses? The geniuses of the Red Dragon sect laughed. The Red Dragon sect was a 5-star force. There was a huge difference between a 4-star force and a 5-star force. Whether it was the number of experts or the foundation of the sect, there was a huge difference. It could be said that if a 5-star force wanted to fight against a 4-star force, it would be completely one-sided. Naturally, the geniuses of 5-star forces and 4-star forces were not on the same level. Even if they had the same talent, there would be an obvious difference in their abilities after going through different environments. For example, if 2 geniuses had the same talent, but one cultivated a low-class spiritual level skill, while the other cultivated a middle-class spiritual level skill, the strength of their spiritual energy would be different. If one cultivated a low-class spiritual level skill, while the other cultivated a middle-class spiritual level skill, there would be a difference in their strength. Most 4-star forces did not have a middle-class spiritual level skill, but 5-star forces did. It was no wonder that the geniuses of the 5-star forces looked down on the geniuses of the 4-star forces. It's good to have such momentum. However, you have to be careful. There might be 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses from the 4-star forces, the elder from the Red Dragon sect said with a smile. A loud roar sounded. Soon after, a shocking pressure descended from the sky. One could see a huge scarlet figure flying through the air. Landing. A shocking momentum surged. The terrifying aura turned into a violent wind that blew, causing the group of people to sway. The weaker ones were forced to retreat. They had to use all their strength to stand firm, but their faces were red. It was a flood dragon, a huge flood dragon that was more than 100 meters long. Its entire body was red, and its scales shone under the sunlight as if there were flames flowing through them. As the red flood dragon breathed, red flames spewed out from its nostrils, and a scorching aura spread out. Let's go. As soon as the elder from the Red Dragon sect finished speaking, he took the lead and landed on the back of the red flood dragon. The other disciples jumped up one by one and landed on the back of the red flood dragon, soaring into the sky. In the middle of the river, there was also a 5-star force, the Myriad River Temple, and 2 4-star forces. The spiritual beast of the Myriad River Temple was a rainbow-winged ice swan, which was even larger than the green-winged golden flame eagle. On the back of the rainbow-winged ice swan sat the elder of the Myriad River Temple and the disciples who were preparing to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. They were all wearing blue robes and were in high spirits. Your biggest opponents are the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, followed by the disciples of the Red Dragon sect. The Myriad River Temple elders said, As for the other 4-star forces, I haven't heard of any outstanding disciples. The so-called blazing sun-level geniuses of the various territories should be taken seriously. Floating Cloud Palace was a 6-star force and was the most powerful force in the Floating Cloud territory. The Floating Cloud King was a super master who had surpassed the transcendent realm and was invincible. It was very difficult to become a disciple of Floating Cloud Palace. Only those with extraordinary talent and potential could succeed. With superb talent, coupled with the rich resources of Floating Cloud Palace and the guidance of masters, it was impossible not to become powerful. Because of this, the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace often felt that they were superior to others. They also believed that their only opponents were their fellow disciples. The green-winged golden flame eagle was extremely fast. Every time it flapped its wings, it could fly a few thousand meters, and with another flap, it could maintain its speed. But even so, it still took a lot of time to travel from the Blue Cloud sect to the Thousand Waters territory. On the back of the green-winged golden flame eagle, the Great Elder and Second Elder explained the other forces in detail to Chunzong's group. The most powerful Floating Cloud Palace. Second, Red Dragon Sect and Thousand Waters Sect. Remaining were 11 4-star forces. Dongchun Territory's Blue Cloud Sect, Purple Radiant Sect, Tianluo Valley, North Star Villa. Yong and Territory's Raging Flame Sect, and Zhenyang Sect. Jiangzhong Territory's Flood Wave Sect and Returning River Valley. Wild Goose Mountain Territory's Falling Goose Valley, Great Mountain Temple, and Skywind Sect. According to the Great Elder and Second Elder, the 11 4-star forces were actually divided into strong and weak. For example, among the 4 4-star forces in the Dongchun territory, North Star Villa was the strongest, with 2 blazing sun-level geniuses. All in all, among the 11 4-star forces, the Blue Cloud sect strength was considered to be below average, ranked at the bottom. 50 years ago, in the Dragon Transformation Battle, only 28 people were qualified. The Great Elder revealed a look of reminiscence, because he had also participated at that time, but had failed to pass. However, there were more than 100 people who participated in the Dragon Transformation Battle. More than 100 people, only 28 passed and entered the Dragon Transformation Battle. This ratio was indeed not high, but it also meant that the competition was fierce. I'm not sure about the difficulty of the Dragon Transformation Battle this time, but I hope that all of you can give it your all and do your best to pass the Dragon Transformation Battle. As long as you pass the Dragon Transformation Battle, no matter what your final ranking is, you will receive the Dragon Transformation power. Of course, the higher your ranking, the more Dragon Transformation power you will receive, and the greater the benefits when you break through. Elder, 50 years ago, how many people from the Blue Cloud sect passed the Dragon Transformation Battle? Yang Chaofan could not help but ask. The Great Elder and Second Elder blushed, looking a little embarrassed. Their expressions immediately made Chunzong and the others realize one thing, which was that in the Dragon Transformation Battle 50 years ago, no one from the Blue Cloud sect passed the Dragon Transformation Battle. The 5 of them were shocked. 50 years ago, the Great Elder and the others participated in the Dragon Transformation Battle, but none of them passed the Dragon Transformation Battle. From this point, it could be seen how difficult the Dragon Transformation Battle was. Of the 28 people who participated in the Dragon Transformation Battle that year, 12 of them were from the Floating Cloud Palace, for each from the Red Dragon Sect and the Myriad River Temple, 1 each from the Blazing Fire Sect, Xinjiang Sect, Torrential Wave Sect, Huijiang Valley, Luoyan Valley, Triple Mountain Palace, Tianfeng Sect, and Beichen Villa. Chunzong and the others were even more shocked. The Floating Cloud Palace was so powerful that they took 12 of the 28 spots. It was too terrifying. The Red Dragon Sect and the Myriad River Temple were much weaker, but they were still very strong, each taking 4 spots. As for the others, among the 4 4-star forces in the Dongchun territory, only the Beichen Villa had 1 person who passed the Dragon Transformation Battle. Before it had even begun, everyone could already smell the scent of cruelty. However, Chunzong and the others were not afraid because of this. Instead, their fighting spirit was stimulated. They had cultivated bitterly for half a year just for this moment. The Great Dragon Transformation Battle Array was located in the Dragon Transformation Territory, and the Dragon Transformation Territory was in the Thousand Water Territory, which was not far from the Floating Cloud Palace. The Blue Cloud Sect was the farthest from the Thousand Water Territory, so they were the first to leave, but they were not the first to arrive. When the green-winged Golden Flame Eagle landed, there were already people waiting outside the Dragon Transformation Territory. Sharp gazes swept over and fell on Chunzong and the others, immediately bringing a wave of pressure. These are the people from the Blazing Fire Sect. The second elder's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Aside from the elders, the Blazing Fire Sect had 6 disciples, one more than the Blue Cloud Sect. Each of them was filled with a tyrannical aura, which was a wave of blazing spiritual energy. The Blazing Flame Sect, as its name implied, was a sect that focused on fire Dao cultivation methods and martial arts. The vast majority of its disciples also cultivated fire Dao cultivation methods and martial arts. The Xinjiang sect was similar, but there were differences. Chapter 1003. One sect after another arrived, most of them riding on flying spirit beasts. The aura these spirit beasts exuded was also very tyrannical. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, followed by a sharp and clear sound that pierced through the clouds. From 2 different directions, a crimson red light and an icy blue light rapidly approached. A terrifying aura spread out, making it difficult to breathe. It was a crimson flood dragon and an ice luan with rainbow-colored wings, the spirit beasts of Red Dragon Sect and Myriad Water Temple. Great Elder and Second Elder looked at the crimson flood dragon and the rainbow-winged ice luan with dignified expressions. They instinctively felt that these 2 spirit beasts were very powerful and were probably no match for them. Other than Floating Cloud Palace, all the other forces had arrived, but they were divided into different camps according to their territories. For example, the Blue Cloud Sect stayed with the Beichun Villa, Tianluo Valley, and Purple Glory Sect. The Blazing Fire Sect and Xinjiang Sect stayed with the Red Dragon Sect. However, there was some distance between them, as if the Red Dragon Sect wanted to highlight their status. Myriad Water Temple was opposite Red Dragon Sect, but behind them were Floodwave Sect and Returning River Valley. Falling Goose Valley, Double Mountain Palace, and Skywind Sect were also in separate camps. The forces of the 4 territories were clearly divided. Chunzong felt a few sharp gazes sweep over and land on his face. So he turned his head and saw Yu Jingyao and Su Wei. Yu Jingyao and Su Wei were both true disciples of Purple Brilliant Sect. Su Wei was in the Foundation Establishment realm before, but after cultivating for some time, he had broken through to the half-step Transcendent realm. Su Wei was still brooding over his defeat to Chunzong last time, so after returning, he cultivated with all his might, even harder than before, in order to wash away his shame. Seeing Chunzong's gaze, Su Wei suddenly sneered, his palm like a blade cutting through the air. Chunzong didn't care about this kind of provocation, because in Chunzong's view, Su Wei was no match for him. Yu Jingyao's gaze lingered on Chunzong's face for a few breaths, then fell on Gao Bojun's face, his gaze becoming sharp, as if he wanted to pierce Gao Bojun. Similarly, he had been defeated by Gao Bojun the last time, which was a disgrace to him. Li Zhini, it seems like your strength has improved a lot, Xie Yuxuan, the #1 disciple of the Purple Glorious Sect, smiled as he stared at Li Zhini coldly. Xie Yuxuan and Li Zhini were 2 of the 5 blazing sons of the Dongchen region. They were competitors. The current Yu is no match for me, Li Zhini said with a smile. In the past, the 2 of them had fought to a draw, but this time, Li Zhini had great confidence that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? The corners of Xie Yuxuan's mouth curled up. He was also confident in himself. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, all geniuses had a lot of confidence in themselves. If one lacked confidence, then there was no need to talk about cultivation. The #1 true disciple of Tianluo Valley was a female. She wore a gorgeous palace dress and appeared on stage. The #1 and #2 true disciples of the Beichun Villa were 2 of the 5 blazing sons. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword, while the Beichun Villa focused on the saber. In terms of saber training, they had their own unique points. The number 1 and number 2 true disciples were both experts in saber techniques. Perhaps it was because of their saber training, but their eyes were as cold as the edge of saber. At this moment, a huge white cloud was approaching at an astonishing speed from afar. It stirred up a violent wind, whistling endlessly. The people of Floating Cloud Palace are here. Everyone looked over. The white cloud descended, and one figure after another jumped down. The people of Floating Cloud Palace were all wearing cloud-white robes, regardless of whether they were male or female. What was more interesting was that the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace were all handsome, as if they had such a tradition. But in fact, it was also because of Floating Cloud Palace's cultivation method. As one cultivated, one's appearance would be subtly improved. Walking at the front were naturally the 2 elders of Floating Cloud Palace. Behind them were the disciples who were going to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Everyone was surprised. The Emerald Cloud sect had sent 5 disciples to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. The Purple Brilliant sect and Tianluo Valley had 5 disciples each. The Beichun Manor had 6, and the other 4-star sects had 6 as well. As for the Crimson Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple, the 2 5-star forces, they had 12. As for Floating Cloud Palace, a 6-star force, the number of disciples who were going to participate in the dragon transformation battle had reached an astonishing 30. Each of these disciples exuded a very strong aura, indicating they had all reached the half-step transcendent realm. Moreover, there were a few whose auras were extremely obscure and unfathomable, causing Chun Zong to feel a sense of dread. While feeling dread, Chun Zong's heart also filled with excitement. On the path of cultivation, the pursuit of strength was also the pursuit of opponents. A good opponent was like an aged wine, one that would make one yearn for it. They're finally here. I like to see just how strong these so-called Floating Cloud Palace disciples are. Red Dragon sect's number 1 true disciple. Qi Jiutian's fiery red hair was like a burning flame, his eyes flashing a blazing light, his entire body exuding a fiery aura. Floating Cloud Palace will let you taste the power of Myriad River Temple's Myriad River True Secret Art. Myriad River Temple's number 1 true disciple, Qi Long Hai, crossed his hands behind his back, his robe gently rippling like water, his body exuding a cold aura, his lips curling into a smile. The Crimson Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple were both 5-star forces. They were much stronger than 4-star forces. Their biggest opponent this time was the Floating Clouds Palace. The sect elders had warned them one by one about how strong the people of Floating Clouds Palace were. However, in their hearts, they were not willing to accept this, because they believed they were also geniuses, top geniuses, not inferior to others. How could they accept this? They had a fight to determine who was better. Immediately, Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's gazes collided, like water and fire colliding, sending out invisible sparks. Apart from the Floating Clouds Palace, the Red Dragon sect's biggest opponent was the Myriad River Palace, and the Myriad River Palace's biggest opponent was the Red Dragon sect. As for the other 4-star forces, although there were many geniuses who had come, none of them were taken seriously by Qi Jiutian or Qi Long Hai. Even the other geniuses of Red Dragon sect and Myriad River Temple didn't take the geniuses of 4-star forces seriously. Everyone is here, very punctual. An elder of Floating Cloud Palace opened his mouth and said with a smile. His hair was white, but his complexion was rosy, and his skin was glossy like a baby's skin, showing boundless vitality. His aura was tyrannical, and no one could compare. Qinzong had a feeling that the strength of this Floating Cloud Palace's elder who had spoken was not weaker than Blue Wave's world's maniac, and might even be stronger. While everyone was speaking in agreement, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly swept over from afar, instantly closing in on them. That aura was vast and mighty, and it was indescribable. It was many times more tyrannical than the aura of emperor-level powerhouses that Shenzong had felt in the past. Even the general commander of demons subduing fortress and the demon god's phantom summoned by demon race couldn't be compared with this aura. Respectfully welcome, Palace Lord. The elder of Floating Cloud Palace reacted quickly and promptly bowed in salute while shouting loudly. The disciples of Floating Cloud Palace also had solemn expression, and they bowed in salute in succession. Respectfully welcome, Floating Cloud King. The elders of other forces also reacted in succession and promptly bowed in salute. Other than the Palace Lord of Floating Cloud Palace, the strongest expert of Floating Cloud territory, Floating Cloud King, who else could have such tyrannical aura and be respectfully greeted by the elders and disciples of Floating Cloud Palace? Shenzong and other disciples also bowed in salute in succession. Looking up, it was difficult to see the figure of a person and could only see a ball of white radiance suspended in the sky as if a scorching sun. But that radiance wasn't dazzling in the slightest. Everyone, please dispense with the formalities. A voice filled with majesty abruptly rang out from the sky, and as it descended, it surged through the 9 heavens and entered everyone's ears. Now, this king is going to activate the dragon realm. The voice rang out once again. Immediately, the white radiance in the sky became more and more intense and shot out in all directions, instantly enveloping a radius of 10 miles. Open! An enormous voice that shook the heavens and the earth rang out, shaking the 9 heavens and shaking the heavens and the earth. That momentum was incomparably vigorous. With a bang, everyone could only see that the sky seemed to have been torn open by an invisible hand, and following the appearance of that opening, thick white chains also appeared in the sky and unceasingly extended in all directions. One after another, a magnificent voice rang out unceasingly and entered everyone's ears. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open as that opening continued to expand along with the spread of the white chains, and finally appeared in front of everyone. The dragon's roar was resounding, and it became louder and louder. The scarlet dragon of the red dragon sect also raised its head to look and let out a resounding roar in agreement. Following that resounding dragon's roar, a white light dragon that was 100 meters long flew out from that opening, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. A total of 9 white light dragons that were 100 meters long flew out from the opening, dancing in the air, and each of the white light dragons exuded a shocking aura. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and the 9 gigantic white light dragons appeared from the opening, as if they were pulling an entire world. Everyone raised their heads to look, and they watched as a world descended. Dragon Realm. The group of elders was extremely excited. 50 years ago, they had witnessed it, and they were extremely shocked at that time. Seeing it again, after 50 years, they were still extremely shocked. As for the disciples who were witnessing this scene for the first time, the shock in their hearts was even more unimaginable. Dragon Realm. Back then, with the 3rd generation Floating Cloud King as the main force, and a group of strong martial artists as support, they worked together to set up the Great Dragon Transformation Formation. The Great Dragon Transformation Formation continuously absorbed the power of the heavens and the earth, and converted it into Dragon Realm power. When the Dragon Realm power accumulated to a certain extent, it would envelop the Great Dragon Transformation Formation, forming the so-called Dragon Realm. The Great Dragon Transformation Formation that was set up at that time had an ability, and when there was enough power to form the Dragon Realm, it would escape into the void and hide. That way, it would not be affected by any battle, and thus be damaged. Under the power of the 9 white light dragons that were 100 meters long, the Dragon Realm descended from the void, and when it landed on the ground, it let out a loud, earth-shattering sound, and the earth trembled incessantly. The gigantic white light dragons soared into the sky, and then changed their direction in the sky, and dove down, charging straight into the Dragon Realm. The rumbling sounds were shocking, and an extremely powerful aura blew out like a gust of wind. The white light rushed out, and everyone could not open their eyes. When the powerful light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they were all stunned and were extremely shocked. Chapter 1004. Accompanying my son to watch an episode of the new Calabash Brothers, I almost vomited a large bowl of blood. What a waste of childhood. Hong long long. A huge amount of water fell from a height of 1,000 meters, carrying with it a terrifying force that seemed capable of sinking the earth. Even though they were separated by 10,000 meters, they still felt small and insignificant. That's the Dragon Transformation Battle. Great Elder pointed to the 3 checkpoints. The Great Elder pointed at the 10,000-meter-long ravine and the 1,000-meter-long waterfall and said, "Only by passing through these 3 checkpoints in a set time can one enter the real battle of dragonization." Back then, Great Elder and I were stopped at the first checkpoint. Elder Lin smiled, feeling a little ashamed that he couldn't even pass the first checkpoint. Although young, Kai didn't know how strong the Great Elder and Elder Lin were back then. He could imagine that they had both reached the half-step transcendent realm and cultivated spirit grade low-rank secret arts. Yet even they were unable to pass the first hurdle. Is this the so-called Dragon Transformation 3 checkpoints? It doesn't seem difficult at all. Haha, it's not difficult at all. Can you leap 10,000 meters all of a sudden? This world was different. Even transcendent realm masters couldn't fly. Only those who had surpassed the transcendent realm could do so. A distance of 10,000 meters wasn't a big problem for transcendent realm masters, but for those below the transcendent realm, it wasn't so easy. It could be said that even a powerful half-step transcendent realm master would find it difficult to leap 10,000 meters all of a sudden. High up in the sky, Floating Cloud King waved his hand, and a huge water hourglass phantom appeared. The Dragon Transformation 3 checkpoints are a test. Only those who pass these 3 checkpoints can participate in the Dragon Transformation battle and obtain the power of Dragon Transformation. Floating Cloud King's voice was magnificent and filled with endless majesty. Remember, each great force must pass these checkpoints one by one. Start with my Floating Cloud Palace. As Floating Cloud King's voice fell, the 30 Floating Cloud Palace disciples stepped forward and appeared at the edge of the 10,000-meter-wide crater, staring straight ahead. Up in the air, the first drop of water from the giant water hourglass fell, letting out a crisp, dripping sound. Like a command, the 30 Floating Cloud Palace disciples immediately used their movement skills, transforming into 30 white clouds that instantly floated forward. Among them, the white clouds formed by a few of the more profound masters were the most realistic and lifelike. Their speed was also the fastest, quickly leaving the other 20 behind. So fast, the onlookers were shocked. There are actually so many people who have comprehended body intent. Qi Jiuqian, Qi Longhai, and the others narrowed their eyes. Of the 30 Floating Clouds Palace disciples, most of them had cultivated their movement techniques to the impeccable realm, and 10 of them had comprehended and grasped body intent. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 10 disciples who had comprehended body intent and the other disciples increased by a few hundred meters. After crossing a kilometer, a sudden change occurred as white strips of light shot out from the ground like the claws of an octopus, each of them carrying the power of a half-step transcendent. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they were secretly shocked. The 30 Floating Clouds Palace disciples seemed to have been prepared for this. The 10 geniuses who had comprehended body intent didn't dodge or evade. Instead, they rushed towards the white tentacles as if they were walking into a trap. However, the 8 white tentacles were like whips of heaven and earth as they ruthlessly bombarded the 10 white clouds. They did not shatter the 10 white clouds. Instead, they borrowed the force of the impact and rushed forward at an even faster speed. Most of the disciples couldn't understand what was going on, but Chunzong and the other elders could clearly see what was going on. The moment the white tentacles hit the cloud, The person inside the cloud used a skillful move to neutralize the tyrannical power of the tentacles. Then, with the help of the tentacles and its power, he instantly took a breath and once again used his movement technique to move forward. Otherwise, how could they have crossed the 10,000-meter distance? The other 20 floating clouds palace disciples also did the same, but their movements weren't as smooth. Tentacles continued to shoot out from below like lightning, bringing with them a terrifying power. While they posed a threat to the group, they also gave them a chance to breathe, allowing them to continue moving forward. Danger and opportunity coexisted. This level tests everyone's ability to adapt and control over their own strength. An elder smiled and said, "If one's ability to adapt was insufficient, their reaction speed would not be fast enough, and if one's control over their own strength was insufficient, they would not be able to divert the tentacles' attacks. Only by achieving these 2 points would they be able to take advantage of the tentacles' attacks to gain an opportunity to move forward." 100 vying barges. Ordinary half-step transcendence simply couldn't accomplish this and would instantly be struck down and eliminated. The disciples from the other forces outside Floating Clouds Palace stared with wide eyes, trying to find a pattern because after Floating Clouds Palace, it would be their turn to pass the 3 stages. Floating Clouds King, allowing the Floating Clouds Palace disciples to pass first, was actually giving the disciples of the other forces an opportunity to observe first, so they could pass the 3 stages better. Of course, if one's own strength was insufficient, even if they knew the pattern, it would be useless. A distance of 10,000 meters was nothing in normal times and could be crossed with just a few leaps, but under the attack of the white tentacles, one had no choice but to be cautious. If one was not careful, they might be struck and fall to the ground. Rush, rush, rush. Water droplets constantly dripped from the waterspout at an extremely fast speed. The 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples who had grasped their movement skills easily crossed the 10,000-meter distance and rushed toward the platform. However, with a flash of 5-colored light, a barrier appeared between the platform and the 10,000-meter wide crater. The 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples attacked together, sending out billowing clouds that fiercely bombarded the barrier. Suddenly, ripples spread out and 10 gaps appeared in the barrier. Amidst the surging clouds, the 10 disciples drilled through the gaps and stepped onto the platform. So that's the second stage's void barrier. The first stage was called Body Swimming 10,000 meters. The second stage was called Void Barrier, and the third stage was called Carp Leaping over the Dragon Gate. The other 20 Floating Clouds Palace disciples also approached the second stage's Void Barrier one after another. Although the previous 10 disciples had easily broken through the Void Barrier, it didn't mean that the second stage would be difficult. In fact, the Void Barrier of the second stage was extremely tough, and without enough power, it was impossible to break through. The 20 Floating Clouds Palace disciples who were approaching in succession attacked one after another, bombarding the Void Barrier. However, only 5 of them managed to blast a hole in the Void Barrier. The other 15 didn't manage to break the Void Barrier. 5 people quickly drilled through and stepped onto the platform, while the other 15 faced the white tentacles attacks. While resisting the attacks, they also had to maintain their balance and attack the Void Barrier again, greatly increasing the difficulty of their attacks. 3 of them maintained their height and attacked a second time, breaking through the Void Barrier and entering it. 2 of them were careless and were unable to stabilize themselves after being attacked by the white tentacles, falling to the ground. The remaining 10 disciples attacked for the third time. 5 of them broke through the Void Barrier and successfully stepped onto the platform, while the other 5 didn't break through the Void Barrier and fell to the ground. Out of the 30 Floating Clouds Palace disciples, 7 of them were eliminated in the second stage, and 23 of them were able to challenge the third stage, Carp Leaping over Dragon Gate. The first 10 people to pass the second stage took a moment to adjust their breathing and immediately set off. They transformed into 10 surging clouds and quickly headed for the third stage. It was a 1,000-meter tall waterfall. Below the waterfall was a long river with rolling waves. The 10 clouds appeared in the sky above the long river. Before they even got close to the waterfall, they quickly fell as if all movement techniques had lost their effectiveness. The 10 people seemed to have become fish in the long river. They swam against the rolling waves and approached the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The so-called carp leaping over Dragon Gate started from going against the waves of the long river. Then, they entered the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall and went against the flow of the waterfall. Only then could they successfully leap over the Dragon Gate and enter the Dragon Transformation battle. The true difficulty of the 3 stages of the Dragon Transformation stage was here. For the 10 floating clouds palace disciples, although there was some resistance from the long river, it wasn't much. They could easily ride the wind and break through the waves until they reached the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The 1,000-meter-tall waterfall had a huge amount of water falling from the sky. Its power was astonishing, especially when they got close. That kind of power was even more terrifying and deafening. Boom, boom, boom. 10 waves rushed into the sky. 10 figures exploded with astonishing power and instantly rushed into the sky. Against the bombardment of the 1,000-ton water, they were like fish swimming against the current. The other floating clouds palace disciples also fell into the long river. Going against the long river's waves, they quickly approached the waterfall. The closer they got, the more they could feel the vigorous and violent water of the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The 10 floating clouds palace disciples displayed astonishing strength. Going against the vigorous and violent water, they continued to move upwards. However, the gap between them began to show. 3 of them gradually surpassed the other 7 and continued to move upwards. The spectators all held their breaths and widened their eyes. They were extremely nervous, as if they were putting themselves in the shoes of the spectators. In fact, they would also face these difficulties. Now that they were watching, they might be able to grasp some rules and understand some mysteries, making it easier to break through. The 3 floating clouds palace disciples in the front were like swimming dragons. They continued to move upwards with unstoppable momentum. The other 7 had some difficulties. However, they only slowed down a little, but they continued to move upwards. As for the other floating clouds palace disciples, when they reached the bottom of the waterfall and started to rush upwards, they were exhausted midway. They were pushed down by the violent power and had no choice but to rush up again. Going against the current, if you didn't go up, you would go down. If you didn't go forward, you would fall back. There was only less than half of the water above the waterfall. It continued to drip down, becoming less and less. The time spent on the first and second stages wasn't that long. The most important part was the third stage. At this time, the 3 floating clouds palace disciples rushed up to the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. In an instant, it was as if there were dragon shadows rising from their bodies. A resounding and pleasant roar resounded, echoing in all directions. Not long after, the other 7 disciples also rushed up. Dragon shadows surrounded them, and dragon roars resounded unceasingly. 10 floating clouds palace disciples had already passed the 3 stages of the dragon transformation and obtained the qualifications for the battle of dragon transformation. Not bad. It seems that the number of disciples who have obtained the qualifications for the battle of dragon transformation will surpass the previous one. An elder of Floating Clouds Palace stroked his long beard with a smile on his face. The more people who obtain the qualifications for the battle of dragon transformation, the more dragon transformation power will be stimulated. When the time comes to defeat all opponents, the dragon transformation power that can be obtained will be even greater, surpassing the past. The Great Dragon Transformation Array contained an extremely vigorous dragon transformation power. Normally, it wouldn't be completely stimulated. However, after every battle of dragon transformation, it would be continuously absorbed and transformed. It would continue to accumulate. It would only be more than before. Chapter 1005. When the last drop of water fell, it meant that the time was up. With a rumble, The floating cloud palace disciples who had yet to leap through the dragon's gate suddenly felt 10 times the pressure. Unable to resist, their bodies fell rapidly. Eliminated. 15. 3 more than the previous batch. Out of the 30 floating cloud palace disciples, 15 of them passed the 3 stages of the dragon transformation stage and received the support of the dragon transformation power. They were also qualified to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. At this point, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The process was too thrilling, and it tugged at their hearts. The water in the air suddenly turned around. The Red Dragon sect will do it. Qi Jiuqian took a step forward. His momentum was vigorous, and a blazing aura spread out. Qi Longhai retracted his foot. His body did not move, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. There was no need to fight for this kind of thing. When the first drop of water fell, Qi Jiuqian and the other 12 disciples of the Red Dragon sect were engulfed in flames. Following that, there was a series of cries. Qi Jiuqian took the lead. He turned into a red dragon that was a few meters long and swept through the air. The other 11 disciples did the same. However, it could be seen that there were only 2 people in the Red Dragon sect who had master body will. One was Qi Jiuqian, and the other was the second direct disciple of the Red Dragon sect, Qi Mingyi. Compared to the floating cloud palace, there was indeed a huge gap. However, a 5-star force was not as good as a 6-star force. The white tentacles flew out from the ground again. They carried a thunderous force and whipped forward. Its power was shocking. Qi Jiuqian's method was very direct. He punched out fiercely and directly hit the tentacles. At the same time, he broke the tentacles. Using the rebound force, he instantly took a breath and flew forward again. Qi Mingyi's method was similar to Qi Jiuqian's. However, the other disciples were slightly inferior. They were not as strong and could only use their skills. Go, go, go. After crossing 5,000 meters, a Red Dragon sect disciple was careless and attacked by 2 white tentacles. He fell from the sky and was eliminated. Qi Jiuqian crossed 10,000 meters and smashed another white tentacle. Then, he punched forward with a terrifying blazing power. A fiery red dragon head shadow seemed to condense on his fist. With a loud roar, it slammed into the void barrier. With a cracking sound, a hole was created in the void barrier. Multicolored light rose from all directions and quickly gathered to mend the hole. Qi Jiuqian seized the opportunity and rushed in. He landed on the platform, and the hole was repaired in an instant. The crimson bright wings ferociously struck out, tearing a hole in the wall. Then, it quickly entered the hole and landed on the platform, quickly adjusting its breathing. The third stage, leaping through the dragon gate, was the most difficult stage. One had to adjust one's essence, energy, and spirit to their peak before attempting it. This way, the chances of success would be greater. In the end, only 9 of the 12 Red Dragon sect disciples managed to break through the void barrier and landed on the platform. However, the difference between the two was obvious. Qi Jiuqian had it the easiest. Crimson Bright Wings was slightly worse. As for the other 7 disciples, some of them barely managed to break through the void barrier. They were just a hair's breadth away from failure and elimination. After adjusting their breathing, the 9 of them quickly jumped into the river and moved forward against the waves. Qi Jiuqian was still in the lead, and Qi Mingyi was right behind him. There was one more person in the 3rd place, and there was a certain distance between him and the 4th. Going against the current was extremely difficult. Qi Jiuqian and Crimson Bright Wings were indeed very strong. Their abilities were not to be underestimated. They were comparable to the top-ranked disciples of Floating Cloud Palace. Therefore, the 2 of them rushed over the 1,000-meter waterfall one after another. The other Red Dragon sect disciples did not have it so easy. They rushed up, but could not withstand the fall. They could only adjust their breathing and continue to rush up. When the last drop of water fell, the 5th Red Dragon sect disciple also jumped up with all his might. He finally jumped up and was surrounded by the dragon shadow. However, the other disciples were suppressed by the pressure that was 10 times stronger and were eliminated. The Red Dragon sect has one more disciple than last time. Next, it was the Myriad River Temple's turn. The 12 disciples of the Myriad River Temple, with Qi Long Hai as the leader, turned into long rivers and rushed forward. At the same time, Qi Long Hai and Tan Yumeng, the second direct disciple, had also learned the body intent. They performed the extreme rank mortal realm body art, which was extremely fast. Their bodies had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a 10-meter-long river that kept running. As the first direct disciple of a 5-star force, Qi Long Hai was undoubtedly very strong. However, Tan Yumeng's attack power was not as strong as Crimson Bright Wings. When she broke through the void barrier, she seemed to be struggling. In the third stage, the Dragon Gate Leap, Tan Yumeng's performance was also average. She fell to third place. However, in the end, Qi Long Hai, Tan Yumeng, and another direct disciple of the Myriad River Temple also successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate Leap. They were surrounded by the Dragon Shadow and qualified for the Dragon Transformation Battle. 5. Similar to the Red Dragon sect, the Myriad River Temple also had 5 disciples who passed the 3 stages. Next, there were 6 disciples of the Blazing Inferno sect. Unfortunately, in the end, only the first direct disciple managed to leap over the Dragon Gate Leap and obtain the support of the Dragon Transformation Battle. Only the first direct disciple of the Zhengyang sect passed the 3 stages. The Torrential Wave sect also had a disciple who passed the 3 stages. The Huijiang Valley also had a disciple who passed the 3 stages. Compared to the previous batch, there was no increase or decrease in the number of disciples. The Luoyan Valley and the Triple Mountain Palace each had a disciple who passed the 3 stages. However, the Tianfeng sect performance was shocking. They performed even better than the previous batch. 2 of their disciples passed the 3 stages. With that, the number of people who qualified for the Dragon Transformation Battle reached 33. It was even more than the 28 from the previous batch. I estimate that there should be around 34, an elder of the Red Dragon sect said without hiding his voice. Currently, only the disciples of the 4 major 4-star forces in the Dongchen region had not passed the stages. Since the elder of the Red Dragon sect said so, it meant that only one person from the 4 major 4-star forces in the Dongchen region could pass the 3 stages and qualify for the Dragon Transformation Battle. This was a form of contempt. However, based on the previous batch, it was indeed so. Perhaps 33 is the upper limit, another elder of the Red Dragon sect said with a smile. The Dongchen region had the most 4-star forces. The more forces there were, the less resources each force would get. No one would feel good about being looked down upon like this. However, they could not make the Red Dragon sect their enemy. They could only suppress their anger and muster all their strength to fight for a spot. This was the best way to retaliate against the Red Dragon sect's contempt. We'll go first. The disciples of the Beichen Villa took a step forward. In the previous batch, the Beichen Villa had obtained a spot. It was reasonable for them to go first. The 6 disciples of the Beichen Villa performed their movement techniques and flew forward quickly. Their movement techniques were very direct. It was as if they were unsheathed sabers. They slashed across the sky, and the saber radiance was shocking. It could be seen that only the first direct disciple, Fu Mingho, had cultivated his movement technique to the highest level. He had mastered the movement technique and was the first to go. His momentum was like a saber slicing through the air. He broke through the void barrier. After a short rest, he went straight for the 3rd stage, leaping Dragon Gate. As expected, Fu Mingho was the only one from the Beichen Villa who passed the 3 stages. In this way, there are 34 people. I think there's no need to continue. It's just a waste of time. An elder of the Blazing Fire sect said with a smile. The Blazing Fire sect had always been loyal to the Red Dragon sect. Indeed, the elders of the Xinjiang sect nodded. In the previous batch of the Dongchen region, only the Beichen Villa had obtained a spot. Some of the other 3 sect did not even pass the 1st stage, let alone the 3rd stage. As long as you're here, you'll have a chance. The Floating Cloud King's voice was heard. No one dared to question him anymore. The 5 disciples of the Purple Glory sect quickly walked out and started to pass the stages. In the end, with the help of Jing Yao, Xie Yuxuan barely managed to leap up and qualify. This was the plan of the Purple Glory sect from the very beginning. They knew that it would be difficult to pass the stages. Therefore, someone had to be sacrificed. At the very least, they had to let someone from the Purple Glory sect enter the battle of dragon transformation. Everything was for the sake of the sect. It's still like this. The elders and disciples of the other sect were stunned. In their opinion, this method was a little opportunistic. However, since the Floating Cloud King did not say anything, it meant that this method was feasible. The people of the Tianluo Valley also started to follow suit. In the end, the first true disciple of the Tianluo Valley, Li Ruoyan, also passed the 3rd stage with the help of the other disciples and qualified for the battle of dragon transformation. The Blue Cloud sect was the last to pass the stage. "Let's go." Senior brother Li Zhini gave the order, and the 5 of them simultaneously displayed the 1,000 miles cloud movement technique, turning into wisps of light smoke, and quickly flew forward. Yang Chaofan had cultivated the 1,000 miles of cloud for the shortest time. However, with the guidance of the sect leader and his own talent and hard work, he still managed to cultivate it to the trance stage. Haha, a mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to pass the stage. A disciple of the Red Dragon sect mocked. Among the people present, only Yang Chaofan was at the foundation establishment stage. Cultivation was indeed Yang Chaofan's shortcoming. Song Lingsu had just broken through to the half-transcendent stage. Her cultivation of the 1,000 miles of cloud had only reached the trance stage. When Song Lingsu was 5,000 meters away, she was suddenly attacked by 2 white light tentacles. She could not react in time, so a beam of sword light flashed and cut off one of the tentacles while Song Lingsu dealt with the other one. It was Chun Zong's attack. To Chun Zong, the first stage was nothing. With Chun Zong's help, Song Lingsu and Yang Chaofan did their best to pass the first stage and reach the second stage. The second stage tested the power of one's attack in an instant. If the power of one's attack was not enough to break through the void barrier, one's body would fall and be eliminated. Yang Chaofan instantly activated the power of white lightning. It was shocking. Transcendent mystic power. This person is only at the limit of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, but he possesses transcendent mystic power. Looks like he's born to be extraordinary. The Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to have a disciple born to be extraordinary. It's a pity that his cultivation is too low. The power of the white lightning was strong. With one attack, it broke through the void barrier. However, it was a pity that Yang Chaofan's cultivation was too low. After being attacked by one of the tentacles, he fell. Song Lingsu's attack was not that strong and could not break through the void barrier. She was also attacked by the tentacles and fell. Chun Zong could help once or twice, but he could not help too many times. Chapter 1006. All eyes were fixed on Chun Zong, Li Zhini, and Gao Bojun. The 3 of them finished adjusting their breathing. In fact, Chun Zong's strength had not been consumed much and could easily recover. He was mainly waiting for Li Zhini and Gao Bojun. Charge! The 3 of them once again used the 1,000 miles mist movement technique. Chun Zong had mastered body intent, while Li Zhini and Gao Bojun had cultivated to the perfection stage. The 3 of them appeared above the long river, and a force descended, causing their bodies to fall uncontrollably into the river. Chun Zong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist this force. He had to enter the river. The 3 of them moved forward side by side, going against the waves of the long river. The river was rapid, and the waves were rolling, carrying with them wave after wave of force, trying to push the 3 of them back. However, this kind of force was nothing to Chun Zong, because Chun Zong's chi cultivation had not only reached the half-step transcendent realm, but also mastered powerful spirit energy. His body refining cultivation had also reached a very high level. With a tyrannical physique, Chun Zong could better resist the impact of the river. Li Jini and Gao Boujun were not as relaxed as Chunzong. Li Jini stimulated the wind-beheading sword intent, splitting the front, and kept moving forward, while Gao Boujun stimulated the countercurrent saber intent. 13 countercurrent slashes was originally created based on the will of the countercurrent. After mastering the saber intent, the river's waves were easier for Gao Boujun. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, the three of them rushed to the 1,000-meter waterfall and instantly took a breath. Then, their spirit energy erupted, and they rushed straight up. In an instant, they felt a terrifying force descending like a mountain, instantly bombarding the three of them, causing their momentum to stagnate. They felt like they were about to be suppressed. Spirit energy surged, breaking the impact of the waterfall like a hot knife through butter, and Chunzong's body continued to rush up. It was a wonderful feeling. One had to know that there was resistance when rushing up. A normal half-step transcendent realm cultivator could not jump 1,000 meters. At most, they could jump a few dozen meters. Even if one's movement skill was superb, they could at most jump 100 meters. What's more, under the impact of this waterfall, being able to jump a few meters was already very good. If one did not have a suitable foothold, they would not be able to continue moving forward. But this Dragon's Gate was a wonderful experience. Under its special rules, there was no need to take a breath. As long as one had enough strength and tensi, they would be able to take a breath and continue rushing upwards. The Dragon's Heart's test, Chunzong's test, said secretly. If a cultivator wanted to be outstanding, in addition to having a strong enough cultivation base and strength, they also needed to have an unwavering belief and an incomparably tenacious will. Willpower had an incomparable effect on the path of cultivation. Especially in the later stages of cultivation, the effect of willpower would become even more obvious. Zong's S. The gap between them began to show. Chunzong continued to move upwards, while Li Jini and Gao Boujun were lagging behind. Li Jini drew his sword and pushed his spirit chi to the limit, using his beheading wind sword intent to break through the impact of the waterfall. Gao Boujun wielded his long saber and used his countercurrent saber intent to break through the waterfall. However, the two of them were a few dozen meters behind Chunzong. This test was quite difficult. Chunzong could continue to move upwards, but it would be difficult for him to take care of Li Jini and Gao Boujun, so they could only rely on themselves. If Chunzong had to sacrifice himself to help Li Jini or Gao Boujun, Chunzong knew it would be difficult for him to do so because he needed the power of the dragon transformation to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Once he had enough strength, he could return to Blue Wave's world and settle his grievances. Then, he could return to the Lingwu holy world and pursue the way of cultivation and the way of the sword wholeheartedly. That disciple of the Blue Cloud sect might be able to leap through the Dragon Gate and obtain the qualification for the Dragon Transformation battle. An elder said. The Great Elder and Elder Lin were inwardly excited. They couldn't help but clench their fists. 50 years ago, they couldn't even pass the first test and returned in defeat. Now that they had come again, they had high hopes. However, hope was only hope. Whether or not they could pass, the two elders were still very nervous. Now, it seemed that Chunzong had a high possibility of passing the 3 tests. Yu Wenhua's expression was very ugly. Yu Jingyao, Su Wei, and the others also had ugly expressions. Chunzong faced the impact of the last layer of the waterfall and instantly rushed up. He felt as if all the pressure and restrictions had disappeared without a trace. He felt as if he was a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the vast sky. Immediately, the sound of a dragon's roar came from afar. A faint shadow of a dragon seemed to have drilled out of the void and surrounded Chunzong. This made him feel refreshed. He had an indescribable feeling. It was as if a mirror had been wiped clean of dust and became more transparent. This was the power of the dragon transformation. Every person who passed the 3 tests of the dragon transformation battle would obtain a power of the dragon transformation. The amount of power of the dragon transformation was the same. Under the power of the dragon transformation, Chunzong was able to maintain his body in the air. Li Zhini and Gao Bojun were still struggling under the waterfall. After falling down for a while, they faced the huge impact of the waterfall and continued to climb up. Chunzong naturally hoped that Li Zhini and Gao Bojun could both pass the third test. Go, go, go! They exploded with all their strength. With their incomparably tenacious willpower, they did not back down. The water in the waterfall kept dripping, and it became less and less. Once the last drop of water fell, the pressure of the waterfall would increase tenfold. At that time, even Chunzong would not be able to withstand it, let alone Li Zhini and Gao Bojun. Eldest senior brother, let me give you a hand. Gao Bojun suddenly roared. He exploded with the last of his strength. His long saber broke through the air and slashed 13 times in a row. The 13 saber lights gathered into the most powerful one. It broke through the huge amount of water and helped Li Zhini. Li Zhini was shocked. However, he did not let Gao Bojun down. He used all his strength to slash through the saber light and broke the water again. He leaped up and rushed up with all his strength. At the moment when the last drop of water fell, he broke through with great difficulty and rushed up. The dragonization power flew over and turned into a dragon shadow that surrounded Li Zhini. Li Zhini was suspended in the air. Below him, Gao Bojun fell rapidly under the impact of the huge waterfall. Fortunately, there was no injury here. It was only elimination. Great! The Great Elder and Elder Lin were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Their faces were red, and they could not control themselves. They had no choice. 50 years ago, they could not even pass the first round and were all eliminated. Now, whether it was Chunzong or Li Zhini, they were all better than they were 50 years ago. Naturally, they had high hopes for them. At first, they only hoped that one of them could pass the 3 rounds. Although it might be an extravagant hope, they did not expect that someone would pass the 3 rounds. Moreover, there was more than one person. Chunzong passed the 3 rounds with his own strength. Li Zhini barely passed because of Gao Bojun's sacrifice. However, no matter what, he passed and obtained the right to participate in the dragonization battle. For a moment, the people of the Beichun Villa and Tianluo Valley were envious. The people of the Purple Brilliant Sect were secretly resentful, especially Yu Jingyao, Su Wei, and the others. Before, they were not as good as Chunzong and the others. Now that there was a gap in the dragonization battle, they were even more unmatched. This Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to have such a disciple, the elder of the Floating Cloud Palace secretly said. However, he did not pay much attention to it. No matter how strong the Blue Cloud sect was, no matter how outstanding their disciples were, they could not be compared to the Floating Cloud Palace. The elder of the Red Dragon sect did not look too good. From the beginning, they did not put the Blue Cloud sect in their eyes. In their opinion, the Blue Cloud sect was just here to go through the motions and waste their time. They did not expect that the Blue Cloud sect, a sect that they did not think much of, would have 2 disciples pass the 3 rounds and enter the dragonization battle. 38 people. In the end, a total of 38 people passed the 3 rounds and obtained the qualifications to enter the dragonization battle. Compared to the previous dragonization battle, there were 10 more people. 38 people surrounded the dragon shadow and flew up into the sky before landing on the ground. Immediately, the 10,000-meter wide pit, the void barrier, and the 1,000-meter wide waterfall began to change. It was as if the world had been compressed into a single breath. A huge circular platform rose up. Around the platform, there were 38 coiling dragon pillars. Each of the coiling dragon pillars was 1 meter tall. They were surrounded by lifelike, dragon-shaped engravings. Those who have obtained the qualifications to enter the dragonization battle get on the coiling dragon pillars. The voice of the floating cloud king resounded. The 38 people immediately used their movement techniques and sat on the coiling dragon pillars. The moment they sat on the coiling dragon pillars, everyone's faces changed. It was a very strange feeling. Chunzong could clearly feel that the power of the dragonization battle that was originally surrounding his body had instantly merged with the coiling dragon pillars. It made the pillars seem as if they had come to life in an instant. Threads of invisible power slowly seeped into his body and nourished his spirit. This process was very, very slow. However, it was effective. If one had enough time, it was enough to increase one's spirit by quite a bit. Spirit was very important. It was related to the path of cultivation. Other than the 38 people who had obtained the qualifications to enter the dragonization battle, the other people who had been eliminated did not leave. Instead, they became spectators with the elders of their respective sect and closely watched the dragonization battle that was about to begin. A dragon's roar resounded. Immediately, 2 dots of light shone on the 2 coiling dragon pillars. They moved between the 2 pillars at an astonishing speed. After a few breaths, the movement speed of the 2 dots of light slowed down. They gradually stopped on the 2 coiling dragon pillars. Suddenly, the 2 coiling dragon pillars seemed to vibrate. The 2 people on the pillars leaped up and landed on the huge circular platform in the middle. This was the first battle of the dragonization battle. There was no need for any prelude. Of these 2 people, one was a disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace, and the other was a disciple of the Jingyang sect. "You're not my opponent. You should admit defeat as soon as possible." The Floating Cloud Palace disciple was handsome. He wore a cloud-white robe and had a smile on his face. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. However, the Jingyang sect disciple's face was cold and solemn. He wanted him to admit defeat. How was that possible? He had not fought yet. He did not know how strong his opponent was. How could he admit defeat just like that? If he wanted to fight, he would fight with all his strength and defeat his opponent. Chapter 1007. Zhen Yang's skill, a low-grade spiritual level technique, was fully activated. Zhen Yang's spiritual power surged, and the aura around him was blazing like the sun. Jingyang Han. With a low shout, the Jingyang sect disciple attacked with all his strength. His palms glowed red like 2 blazing suns in the sky, fiercely striking out. So strong, Li Zhini was secretly shocked. This Jingyang sect disciple had already mastered the martial intent of Jingyang Han. The power of his attack was amazing. If he were in his shoes, he would have to use all his strength to deal with it. However, the Floating Cloud Palace disciple only smiled lightly and waved his wide, cloud-white robe sleeves. It seemed to be played down, as if he was brushing away willow branches, but all of a sudden, there was the sound of a mighty gale and the ferocious power of rushing thunder. Cloud-sweeping force, Floating Cloud Palace's top-grade, mortal-level martial art. At first, it was like a breeze, but when it was fierce, it was like wind and thunder. The force was overwhelming and fierce. The white sleeves disappeared and turned into rolling clouds. It was cloud-sweeping force, a martial intent of Jingyang. Those who could enter the dragon transformation battle all had at least one martial intent. Otherwise, how could they compete with others? The cloud-sweeping force's force was endless, and its momentum was vigorous. It was like a row of clouds, bombarding Jingyang Han and constantly crushing its power. The sleeves were waved again, and waves of force were endless. It was extremely tough and couldn't be cut or broken. It was very difficult to deal with. Jingyang Han was a martial art of Yang and was very fierce. However, cloud-sweeping force was soft and tough, so it had the effect of restraining it. The Jingyang sect disciple felt as if he was trapped in layers of entanglement. His tyrannical power was restrained, and he couldn't move his hands and feet. The force was endless, and it bombarded him continuously. The Jingyang sect disciple retreated, and his blood and spiritual power surged. He couldn't help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. The third attack arrived. The Jingyang sect disciple flew backward and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body also crashed into the coiling dragon shield, and layers of ripples spread out. So fast, the floating cloud palace disciple is too strong. His spiritual power is very strong. Chunzong said in a low voice that only he could hear. Floating Clouds Palace is a 6-star force, and their sect's martial scripture is a spirit-level, high-level cultivation technique. Within the sect, there is no lack of spirit-level, middle-level cultivation techniques. Thus, the spiritual energy cultivated by them will naturally be more vigorous and pure. An elder from a 4-star force said with a dignified expression, "The strength of a force was very important." To put it simply, the best cultivation technique in a 4-star organization was low-grade spirit rank, a 5-star organization was mid-grade spirit rank, and a 6-star organization was high-grade spirit rank. There is also a huge difference in the strength cultivated by the level of the cultivation method. If two people of the same level of cultivation were to fight against each other, they could even crush each other. Floating Clouds Palace's disciples practice at least a spirit-level, mid-rank cultivation method. This was also why the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace believed that their only real opponents were their fellow disciples. After the Xinjiang sect's disciple was defeated, a portion of the dragonization power surrounding the coiling dragon pillar immediately flew up, and the coiling dragon pillar also dropped down. It fell into the coiling dragon pillar of the Floating Clouds Palace's disciple, causing the coiling dragon pillar to instantly rise up. Looking at it, it rose and fell by about 1/10. The height of the coiling dragon pillar symbolized the amount of dragonization power one possessed. In the dragonization battle, 38 people would fight in turns. In other words, each person would have to fight 37 people in turns. It seemed that if one was last, they wouldn't be able to obtain much dragonization power. It might not be of much help, but if one was first, the dragonization power they would obtain would be very shocking. First, Chunzong's eyes lit up. Either they didn't fight, or they fought for first place. This way, they would be able to save more time and allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds without any side effects. First place. Chunzong wasn't the only one staring. The others were also staring, especially the strongest disciples of Floating Clouds Palace, Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai. As for the others, they were more or less just thinking about it, but they knew their limits. Even if I can't get first place, I have to at least get into the top 3. Everyone was in high spirits. Soon, 2 more people were chosen. One was Xie Yuxuan, a disciple of Purple Brilliant Sect, and the other was Qi Mingyi, a disciple of Red Dragon Sect. One move, Qi Mingyi stretched out a finger, his face full of arrogance. Arrogant. Xie Yuxuan was furious. Even if the other party was a true disciple of a 5-star force, he couldn't look down on him like this. He fully activated his low-class spiritual level technique. As his spiritual energy surged, a purple light gushed out from his shoulders. As the purple light filled the air, Xie Yuxuan unsheathed the long saber at his waist and bounced up high. His spiritual energy surged in an instant. Purple chi surged and covered the long saber. Purple Brilliant Sky Kill. Xie Yuxuan roared and slashed his long saber with all his strength. The dazzling purple saber light tore through the sky like a thunderbolt. Although Xie Yuxuan was angry at Qi Mingyi's contempt, he also knew that Qi Mingyi was the second true disciple of Red Dragon Sect. He must be very strong. Therefore, he used all his strength and used his ultimate move. Weak! Qi Mingyi sneered and looked at Xie Yuxuan with disdain. It was as if Xie Yuxuan's saber didn't have any power. Qi Mingyi grabbed the air with his right hand. Endless fiery red aura surged and turned into a flaming claw. It was like the claw of an evil dragon from the abyss. Endless fire aura spread and burned the heaven and earth. He grabbed the dazzling purple saber light and twisted it. Countless ear-piercing sounds were heard, and the saber light shattered. The flaming claw clenched into a fist and punched in the air. Xie Yuxuan only had time to hold his saber in front of him. The saber bent instantly, and the tyrannical power was like a thunderbolt. It struck Xie Yuxuan's chest, and there was a faint cracking sound. The purple light on Xie Yuxuan's body was like smoke being blown away by a gust of wind, dissipating in an instant. His entire body flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the air, emitting an astonishing heat. It was the blazing qi contained in that punch that had invaded Xie Yuxuan's body, then merged with his blood and spat it out. One move. It was really just one move. Qi Mingyi defeated Xie Yuxuan and injured him badly. Xie Yuxuan was the #1 true disciple of the Purple Glory sect, while Qi Mingyi was the #2 true disciple of the Red Dragon sect. The gap was so big. Instantly, the people of the Purple Glory sect felt hopeless. The people of the other 4-star forces also felt depressed. The gap was too big. Suddenly, the joy of being qualified for the Battle of Dragon disappeared. Qi Mingyi's coiling dragon pillar grew by 1/10, while Xie Yuxuan's coiling dragon pillar decreased by 1/10. In the third battle, one of them was a disciple of the Blazing Flame sect, while the other was a disciple of the Wild Goose Valley. Both of them came from 4-star forces, and their cultivation methods were also low-grade spirit level. The two of them used their full strength after probing each other a little. The battle was very intense, and they were both very powerful. This made Li Zhenyi and the others feel even more depressed. Powerful. They were both very powerful. They had no confidence at all. In the end, the disciple of the Falling Goose Valley won by a small margin, but he was also badly injured. However, Chunzong noticed that after the injured people returned to their coiling dragon pillars, their pale faces gradually regained some color. It seemed that their injuries were healing faster. The fourth battle, the fifth battle. In the sixth battle, Li Zhenyi was chosen. His opponent was one of the disciples of the Sky Wind sect. Unsheathing his long sword, Li Zhenyi's body turned into a wisp of smoke. As if he was blown by the wind, he quickly flew forward. The sword light merged into the smoke. The sword chi was sharp, and the sword intent was threatening. The previous 5 battles made Li Zhenyi fully aware of the strength of these people. They were all very powerful, and he was nothing compared to them. Therefore, he paid a lot of attention to them. Once he attacked, he exploded with his full strength. He wanted to defeat his opponent. The long sword was sharp and slashed through the air. The disciple of the Sky Wind sect also attacked. His body was as fast as the wind. As he waved his arms, the short sword turned into a storm and attacked. You are the wind. Then I will cut the wind. Wind cutter sword intent. For a moment, Li Zhenyi was under great pressure. His long sword was extremely sharp. The misty green sword light slashed into the storm and tore it apart. It slashed at his opponent's chest and shattered the protective spiritual energy, sending him flying. However, his opponent was only slightly injured. He could still fight. Eldest senior brother, you can do it, Gao Bojun, Songling Su, and Yang Chaofan all shouted, hoping that Li Zhenyi could win. Li Zhenyi gathered all his strength and performed the wind cutter sword technique again. The wind cutter sword technique was the strongest sword technique that he had mastered. He did not hold back at all. He did not care if his opponent saw through his strength. Shadowless Sky Wind. The disciple of the Sky Wind sect performed a first-rank secret technique. His body was instantly surrounded by wind, and his speed increased. Green Cloud Sword Body. Li Zhenyi also performed a first-rank secret technique without hesitation. As the green light spread, his strength increased greatly. Performing a secret technique would increase the consumption of his strength. It was also equivalent to revealing his trump card. However, in order to win, he had to do it. The two green shadows kept circling and colliding. Li Zhenyi's protective spiritual energy was broken, leaving a long wound on his back. However, he took the opportunity to pierce his opponent's shoulder. Relatively speaking, Li Zhenyi's injury was lighter. With his shoulder pierced, his strength was immediately affected. Under Li Zhenyi's sword, he kept retreating and finally lost. After defeating his opponent, Li Zhenyi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He only felt very tired. Strong. This opponent's strength was very strong. He was so strong that he had to use all his means to defeat him. If he did not obtain the Clear Heart Pill, it was unknown whether he could comprehend the Wind Cutter Sword intent. Perhaps he could not even enter the dragonization battle, let alone defeat his opponent. Sitting cross-legged on the coiling dragon pillar that had grown by 1/10, Li Jini quickly operated his technique to adjust his breathing. At the same time, he took out a pill to treat his injuries. Because there was more than one battle, he had to recover in order to better deal with the next battle. As one battle after another went on, the strength displayed by the disciples of Floating Cloud's palace was astonishing. Very strong. They were all very strong. The 15 Sky Wind Palace disciples who entered the dragonization battle had at least cultivated the Sky Wind Palace's mid-rank spiritual level techniques. Their spiritual energy was very strong. Often, they did not need to use their full strength to easily defeat their opponents. Chapter 1008. Shui was the first true disciple of the Tianfeng sect. The one who lost to Li Jini was the second true disciple of the Tianfeng sect. 09 Little Shuanet. You are also a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Don't think that you can get anything just because you passed the dragon transformation stage, Shui said coldly to Chunzong. When Li Jini defeated the second true disciple of the Tianfeng sect, Shui was furious and embarrassed. After all, if he was defeated by a disciple of the Red Dragon sect, the Myriad River sect, or the Floating Clouds Palace, he could accept it. However, the Blue Cloud sect was nothing in the previous tournament. You talk too much, Chunzong said calmly. Very arrogant. Since that is the case, you shall welcome the fury of the wind. Shui was stunned at first, then his face was filled with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind whistled and became more intense. The wind was roaring, and Shui's body merged with it. He swept towards Chunzong with a thunderous momentum. He was unstoppable. Shui had made up his mind to defeat his opponent. When he attacked, he used all of his strength. It could be said that he used all of his strength except for his secret technique. Although the Tianfeng sect was also a 4-star force, their overall strength was stronger than the Blue Cloud sect. Even the Beichen Villa could not be compared to them. Facing Shui's full strength attack, Chunzong's expression did not change. He was calm and collected. Chunzong's right hand landed on the hilt of his sword at a neither too fast nor too slow speed as the storm approached him with a furious roar. With a clench, a white sword glow surged out like a long river. It was sharp and unstoppable. The white sword light turned green and tore through the sky. It cut through the raging storm like a hot knife through butter. The wind stopped and dissipated. A figure flew out at an even faster speed and hit the coiling dragon wall. He slid down slowly and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Shui's face was pale. He covered his chest with one hand and stared at Chunzong in shock. He felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't even block a single strike from the other party. His technique was broken, and his protective spirit force was broken. If it wasn't for the mortal tier armor blocking the sword, his body would have been cut open. Even so, the terrifying power contained in the sword still bombarded his body and sent him flying. The terrifying sharpness of the sword penetrated his body and caused damage. He felt as if his heart had been pierced and strangled. The excruciating pain made it impossible for him to continue fighting. 09 Little Say Net. Good. The first Elder Lin, and Gao Bojun were all excited. How can he be so strong? Xie Xuan and the others were even more horrified. Li Jini's strength was not beyond his expectations, but Chunzong's strength was beyond his imagination. Shui, the number one true disciple of the Tianfeng sect, had shown great strength. At least Xie Xuan and the others were not confident that they could defeat him. However, he had been defeated by Chunzong with a single strike. Gap. It was an indescribable gap. Interesting. Qimingyi's eyes lit up slightly as he grinned. On the contrary, the elders of the Tianfeng sect were very unhappy. 2 of their disciples had been defeated. Moreover, they were defeated by disciples of the same sect. It was simply a disgrace. For a moment, many eyes were focused on Chunzong. Everyone was looking at him. However, for most of the disciples of the Floating Clouds Palace, Qi Jiuqian, Qi Longhai, and the others, it was nothing because they could also easily defeat Shui Yi. No matter if others were surprised or ignored him, Chunzong's expression did not change at all. He was still so calm. It was as if defeating Shui Yi with a single strike was nothing more than flicking off a bit of dust on his collar. After defeating Shui Yi, Chunzong's coiling dragon pillar grew by 1/10. When Chunzong sat down, he could feel that the nourishment was more obvious. As for whether it had the effect of healing injuries, Chunzong was not sure because he was not injured. Li Zhenyi looked at Chunzong and gave Chunzong a thumbs up. Chunzong's victory was also an opportunity for the Blue Cloud sect to promote their reputation. Battle after battle, Qi Jiuqian went on stage. His opponent was a disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace. Facing a disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace, Qi Jiuqian could not help but feel a little excited because from the beginning, he regarded the disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace as his greatest opponent. Now, he was finally going to face the disciple of his greatest opponent. As his aura surged, a fiery red color spread around his body like a rising flame. Qi Jiuqian, the first true disciple of the Red Dragon sect. I hope you won't disappoint me. This disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace was not one of the top few. But when facing Qi Jiuqian, he still had an indescribable confidence. Or rather, it was not just pure confidence, but also the pride of being a disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace. I should be the one saying that. Qi Jiuqian's mouth curled up. His face was full of arrogance, and his eyes seemed to flash with a fiery red light. How arrogant! The Floating Cloud Palace disciple was a little angry. In his opinion, this disciple of a 5-star force had no qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. As his voice fell, the disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace flicked his sleeve. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, but halfway through, the energy became vigorous and the clouds billowed like surging waves. The momentum was astonishing and magnificent. Sweeping Cloud Power. Sweeping Cloud Power was a famous mortal-level, top-quality martial skill of the Floating Clouds Palace. It was also a martial skill that all disciples of the Floating Clouds Palace had to cultivate. It had a complete mnemonic chant and experience. If one cultivated it step by step, they could often reach a profound realm and even grasp a martial intent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the Sweeping Cloud Power approached Qi Jiuqian, it was like rolling thunder. Its momentum was unparalleled, and its astonishing power was unstoppable. It erupted with an earth-shattering momentum, as if it could destroy a mountain peak. The smile on Qi Jiuqian's face became more and more obvious. Facing the tyrannical strike of the Sweeping Cloud Power, he didn't have the slightest fear. Flames surged around his body as he raised his right hand and formed a claw. The flames surged with spiritual power, forming a huge fiery red claw. This claw was covered with countless scales, vivid and lifelike. It was like the claw of a fire dragon, and its power was astonishing. Chila! There was a faint and astonishing sound. The sky was torn apart, and the majestic Sweeping Cloud Power was also torn apart in an instant. The terrifying fire dragon's claw carried a terrifying heat that could melt gold and iron as it shot towards the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. Seeing his own Sweeping Cloud Power torn apart by his opponent's claw, and the terrifying heat rushing towards him, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes, the Floating Clouds Palace disciple's face froze, and his eyes flashed with anger. With a bang, a palm struck the air. It was the other top-quality, mortal-level martial skill of the Floating Clouds Palace, the Sweeping Cloud Palm. The difference between the Sweeping Cloud Power and the Sweeping Cloud Power was that the Sweeping Cloud Palm's palm force was very powerful and overbearing. It was extremely violent, like the vast and mighty rolling clouds in the sky. Its momentum was powerful and overbearing, and it directly shattered the fire dragon's claw. It carried an unparalleled force as it blasted towards Qi Jiuqian. A little interesting. The corners of Qi Jiuqian's mouth curled up, and his face was filled with madness. His long hair suddenly soared into the sky, like a raging flame. An astonishing heat gushed out from his body, and there was a faint, resounding dragon's roar. In the midst of the flames, Qi Jiuqian jumped up, and as if he had turned into a scarlet flood dragon, he blasted out a few moves in a flash, shattering the overbearing, sweeping Cloud Palm's power, and approached the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. The Floating Clouds Palace disciple's white robe rolled up and turned into a cloud of mist. It dissipated under Qi Jiuqian's violent attack, and then reassembled in another place. With one hand holding the sweeping cloud power and the other hand holding the sweeping cloud palm, Qi Jiuqian launched both attacks at the same time, and the power was even more astonishing. The terrifying power swept through half of the arena. Fire Dragon spits pearl. After his attack missed, Qi Jiuqian's reaction was extremely fast. His figure paused, and he instantly withdrew his hands, and then suddenly pushed them out. Like a scarlet flood dragon opening its mouth to spit, a ball of fiery red qi the size of a human head rolled out, and like a meteor, it blasted towards the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. Boom! There was a shocking explosion, and the scarlet qi and the cloud-white qi overflowed, turning into a storm and turning into a wave. In an instant, it rushed out, covering the entire ring, and hit the coiling dragon wall, creating layers of ripples. In the two-colored Qi Jiuqian's figure was like a scarlet flood dragon, and he engaged in a fierce battle with the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. It had to be said that this Floating Clouds Palace disciple was really strong. If this is all you've got, then you'll lose, Qi Jiuqian suddenly said, and an even more tyrannical aura erupted from his body. The flames around his body became violent, and his attack was earth-shattering. One palm. The Floating Clouds Palace disciple's movement technique was interrupted, and his figure was shaken out. One punch. The Floating Clouds Palace disciple was directly blown away, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and he could only feel the blazing power constantly drilling into his body, wantonly destroying it. Defeated. The Floating Clouds Palace disciple was defeated by Qi Jiuqian. In the beginning of the fierce battle, Qi Jiuqian actually didn't use his full strength. In other words, from the beginning, Qi Jiuqian was testing the opponent's strength, or testing the opponent's methods, to see what was so special about the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. Very good idea, but a smile appeared on the face of the third true disciple of Floating Clouds Palace, and a sharp cold light burst out from the depths of his eyes, like a sharp sword unsheathed. Qi Jiuqian seemed to feel something, and when he looked up, he felt a sharp sword break through the air. The fighting spirit was astonishing, and the flames were surging. However, the time had not yet come. Qi Jiuqian's coiling dragon pillar also grew. As the first true disciple of Myriad River Palace, Qi Longhai's strength was also very tyrannical. With a wave of his hand, amazing spiritual energy fluctuations were endless, and the momentum was majestic and unstoppable. Qi Longhai's opponent was also a Floating Clouds Palace disciple, but he was not one of the tyrannical disciples. Therefore, after a fierce battle, he was defeated by Qi Longhai. The Floating Clouds Palace disciples were indeed very strong, but it didn't mean that they were invincible. In particular, Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai were the most outstanding disciples of five-star forces, and their strength was very tyrannical. Even in Floating Clouds Palace, they could be ranked in the top. Battle after battle, there was no time to rest at all. As long as one was selected, regardless of whether one was injured or not, one's strength had not fully recovered. There was no third choice. Time flew, and it was already Chun Zong's sixth battle. This time, his opponent was a disciple of Red Dragon sect, but it was not Qi Jiuqian or Qi Mingyi. He was the third true disciple of Red Dragon sect, and weaker than Qi Jiuqian and Qi Mingyi. Flame Dragon spits pearl. Flame Dragon swings its tail. The disciple of Red Dragon sect saw that Chun Zong had won 5 battles, and knew that his strength was not weak. He attacked with full strength, and didn't dare to have the slightest test. Chunzong's left hand was like a sword, and the two fingers seemed to be made of gold and iron. The cold light was shining, piercing the sky and shattering the blazing red chi. It was the golden sword finger. Chapter 1009. Chunzong's golden fragment sword finger was incomparably sharp. His two fingers were also covered in spiritual power, comparable to metal. A sword strike shattered the fiery red energy, and a misty blue sword light flashed across the sky. With an astonishing sharpness and unparalleled will, it sent his opponent flying. Victory! In just 2 moves, Chunzong had defeated the third true disciple of the Red Dragon sect. This strength, Qi Mingyi and Qi Jiuqian narrowed their eyes. Among the disciples of the Red Dragon sect, Qi Jiuqian was the most powerful. Qi Mingyi sighed, but there was a large gap between the strength of the third true disciple and Qi Mingyi. He won again. Gao Bojun and the others were excited. So far, Li Zhini had fought 7 matches, but he had only won 1 at the beginning. After that, he had been continuously defeated, and the coiling dragon pillar was much shorter than before. As for Chunzong, he had fought 6 matches, but he was the opposite of Li Zhini. He had won 1 match after another, and the coiling dragon pillar had risen a great deal. The power of dragonization contained within it was even more vigorous, and the nourishment of essence, energy, and soul was even more obvious. 6 victories in 6 matches. Chunzong had surprised everyone at the beginning, and now he had attracted the attention of many geniuses. For example, Qi Mingyi, Qi Jiutian, Qi Longhai, and so on. Even the more powerful disciples of Floating Cloud Palace had paid attention to Chunzong, but it was still not enough. Chunzong's background was too low. Not only could he not compare with the Red Dragon sect's Myriad River Temple, but there was also a huge gap between him and Floating Cloud Palace. Many times, this gap would become an insurmountable gap. 6 victories in 6 matches. In fact, Chunzong had not used much of his strength. He had only used the Wind Cutter sword technique and Golden Fragment sword finger. This was because the previous 6 opponents had not been strong enough for Chunzong to display more of his strength. 38 people had fought at least 5 matches, and some had fought at most 7 matches. The difference between the strong and the weak began to become clear. According to the current situation, the top 3 positions will definitely belong to our Floating Cloud Palace. That's right. First place should be senior brother Li Jingyu. Second place should be senior sister Fan Feiyu. And third place should be senior brothers with Tianyan. Hee, I don't think it's just the top 3. The top 10 might even be occupied by our Floating Clouds Palace. Although I also hope that our Floating Cloud Palace can obtain the top 10, I estimate that it will be very difficult. The Scarlet Dragon sects Qi Jiuqian and the Myriad Water Palaces Qi Longhai are not weak. It is extremely likely that they will enter the top 10. Although they had been eliminated, it was undeniable that their strength wasn't weak and their eyesight wasn't bad either. Qi Jiuqian and Qi Longhai are indeed not bad. Qi Mingyi and Tan Yumeng aren't weak either. Only Chunzong from the Blue Cloud sect can catch the eye of those 4-star forces. He's just barely able to catch my eye. The opponents he's encountered so far aren't that strong. If he were to encounter our fellow disciples from the Floating Clouds Palace, he would be defeated in an instant. That's true. The Floating Clouds Palace's disciples didn't have the slightest bit of concealment in their conversation. Therefore, many people could hear them clearly. Many people had the attitude of watching a joke, but Gao Bojun and the others were naturally very unhappy. However, even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. However, there was one thing that was not wrong. Among the 4-star forces, except for Chunzong, who had won 6 battles, the others had won and lost. Some had even lost consecutively. It was simply a sharp contrast to the Floating Clouds Palace's disciples. In the 7th battle, Chunzong's opponent was a Floating Clouds Palace's disciple. He had won 4 out of 6 battles and lost 2. One was to Qi Jiuqian, and the other was to Zhuo Tianyan. As a disciple of a 4-star force, To be able to reach this step is indeed very good. However, it ends here. The floating clouds palace's disciple, Yin Hui, had his hands behind his back. His wide sleeves fluttered along with his footsteps like white clouds. Although he had lost 2 times, his opponents were very strong. Facing Chun Zong, a disciple from a 4-star force, Yin Hui's heart had an indescribable self-confidence and pride. The gap between a 4-star force and a 6-star force was like a natural moat. The gap between a 4-star force and a 6-star force's disciple was also like a natural moat. Chun Zong had also seen Yin Hui's previous battles. His strength was not weak. No, it could be said that he was very strong because the opponent's spiritual power was very astonishing. What's with your expression? You don't accept it? Or you don't believe me? Yin Hui looked at Chun Zong's calm expression and suddenly became somewhat annoyed. In his opinion, a mere 4-star force's disciple should not be so calm in front of him. As his voice fell, Yin Hui waved his sleeves and directly displayed the sweeping clouds technique. The sweeping clouds technique was a martial art that every floating clouds palace's disciple must cultivate. When he waved his sleeves, the power was like a gentle breeze at first, but when it blew halfway, it began to become vigorous. When it approached Chun Zong, an astonishing power erupted, like a flood breaking through a dam. It was extremely terrifying. Almost every floating clouds palace's disciple's first move was the sweeping clouds technique. Before, Chun Zong had been watching the battle, but now that he was experiencing it personally, he could feel the vigorous and majestic power constantly surging towards him. Under the observation of his powerful soul, Chun Zong knew that when that vigorous energy came into contact with him, it would explode with astonishing power, destroying his defensive power as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood before hitting his body. In an instant, Chun Zong knew that Floating Clouds Palace's Sweeping Clouds technique was an extremely profound mortal-level martial art. If it was placed in the Blue Cloud sect, it would be ranked first. No other sect could compare to it. This was the foundation of a 6-star force. It was not something a 4-star force could compare to. Under normal circumstances, Chun Zong would not be the opponent of the other party. Unfortunately, Chun Zong was not normal. His left hand's fingers were like a sword. A golden light quickly spread like water, covering his 2 fingers. An astonishingly sharp aura shot out. Golden Fragment Sword Finger. In the 6 battles so far, the Golden Fragment Sword Finger had been successful. A finger pierced through the air and struck out, piercing through the sky and hitting the sweeping cloud force. The moment his sword finger came into contact with the cloud sweeping force, the terrifying power contained within the cloud sweeping force instantly erupted. It made Chun Zong feel his sword finger tremble, as if it was about to be crushed by a powerful force. However, Chun Zong's Golden Fragment Sword Finger had already been cultivated to the highest level. Under the cover of the power, it was incomparably hard. Coupled with the tyrannical physique brought by the True Flame's body refining technique, it could completely withstand the attack of the Sweeping Clouds technique. Of course, Chun Zong did not activate the Tiger Force. His powerful soul and perfect control of his body allowed him to restrain his aura as much as possible. Therefore, the crowd did not know that Chun Zong had cultivated the True Flame's body refining technique. They did not know that he cultivated both Qi and Qi. The Golden Fragment Sword Finger pierced through the Sweeping Clouds technique and aimed to kill Yin Hui. Surprisingly, the Golden Fragment Sword Finger displayed by Chun Zong this time was clearly stronger than the previous battle. "Oh, so you were hiding your strength before," Yin Hui said. His face sank slightly and soon revealed a cold expression. "Since it's like this, I'll let you know how big the gap between our swords is." As his voice fell, Yin Hui attacked again, and his palm blasted out. The rumbling momentum was vast and mighty, and the incomparably vigorous palm brought with it an astonishing billowing cloud. It was the Sweeping Clouds palm that had grasped the martial intent. The unparalleled power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came crashing down. The pure lethality was even more terrifying than the sweeping clouds technique. After displaying the sweeping clouds palm, Yanhui once again waved his sleeves to display the sweeping clouds technique. With the sweeping clouds technique, the sweeping clouds palm speed suddenly increased, and the explosive power was even more tyrannical. The void shook, and the entire arena shook. The air was compressed into a fierce wind that blasted towards Chunzong. The power of this attack was multiplied. Let's see how you deal with it. Yin Hui's mouth curved into a smile. He believed that under this attack, his opponent would undoubtedly be defeated. The White River sword was unsheathed, and a misty blue sword light tore through the void. Sharp, indomitable, under the beheading wind sword intent, all strength was torn apart like thin paper. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he turned into a wisp of smoke. Man and sword became one as he approached Yin Hui, and his sword pierced through the air. Yin Hui's complexion changed, and his hair stood on end. The cloud rolled up, and he quickly floated back. But Chunzong's speed was even faster, and his sword followed like a shadow. Piercing clouds, Yin Hui hurriedly retreated, and his body's strength surged. He lifted his right hand, and his 5 fingers transformed into a bird that flapped its wings. The rapid, buzzing sound made the scalp of those who heard it tingle, and it was horrifying. Piercing Cloud's finger, senior apprentice brother, Yin, has actually cultivated the Piercing Cloud's finger. The Floating Cloud Palace disciples were all surprised. Not only has he cultivated the Piercing Cloud's finger, but he has also cultivated it to a very profound level. Zhuotian Yin was secretly surprised. Just now, when Yin Hui fought with him, he had used the Piercing Cloud's finger, but even if he had used it, it had not been able to change the outcome. With a sharp sound, a white beam of light shot out from Yin Hui's middle finger like a sword chi. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Chunzong, causing Chunzong to feel as if he had been pierced through. It was too fast, so fast that it was comparable to the speed of sound. Yin Hui's strength was clearly not something that the previous 6 opponents could compare to. It exceeded them by too much. Even if they were all half-step transcendent realm masters, there would still be obvious differences in strength due to the difference in secret arts and martial arts they cultivated. The white beam of light left behind afterimages in the eyes of some of the weaker ones. In an instant, Chunzong's wisp of smoke was pierced through, but Yin Hui did not show the slightest joy, and instead became even more dignified. The cloud surged, and Yin Hui's figure flickered, not daring to stay in one place for even a moment. However, a wisp of smoke silently appeared beside Yin Hui and instantly condensed into a sword light that pierced through the air. The sword light changed from its original sharpness to a vigorous one. It was incomparably vigorous and majestic, like a mountain or a tidal wave crashing down. That kind of pressure immediately caused the air under the sword to solidify, and also caused the cloud that Yin Hui had transformed into to solidify. Pure Origin Sword Art. After comprehending sword intent, the pure Origin Sword Art was even more powerful in a head-on confrontation. With a single sword strike, the cloud Yin Hui's body was dispelled, and he was unable to dodge the attack and was directly wounded. Yin Hui's defeat and Chunzong's victory caused everyone to fall silent, especially the Floating Cloud Palace disciples who had previously looked down on Chunzong. They felt like they had been slapped in the face, causing them to feel a burning sensation. He's not an ordinary disciple from a 4-star force. Indeed, Yin Hui cultivates a spirit-grade, mid-rank secret art, and has already cultivated it to the 4th stage. His opponent has either cultivated a spirit-grade, mid-rank secret art to the 4th stage, or he has cultivated a spirit-grade, low-rank secret art to the 6th stage. Chapter 10:10. A low-grade spirit-level cultivation method was inferior to a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method, and a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method was inferior to a high-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Therefore, The spiritual power cultivated by a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method could not be compared with a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Of course, this referred to the same level of cultivation method. The higher the level of a cultivation technique, the purer and more vigorous the energy would be. If one wanted to cultivate a low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique to be comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual level cultivation technique, one would have to work hard on the level of the cultivation technique. 2 levels apart. In other words, the spiritual power of a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method required the spiritual power of a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method to be comparable to the spiritual power of a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Yin Hui had cultivated a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method to the 4th level, so his spiritual power was pure and powerful. If Chunzong's spiritual power was comparable to his, he would need to cultivate a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method to the 6th level. Relatively speaking, a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method was easier to cultivate than a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Not all cultivators were able to practice profound cultivation techniques. Without sufficient talent and foundation, forcefully practicing profound cultivation techniques would only result in a stagnant progress. For example, Yin Hui could only cultivate a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method when he was half-step into the mortal realm. If he cultivated a high-grade spirit-level cultivation method, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. After Yin Hui's defeat, Chunzong's strength finally aroused the attention of Qi Jiutian and the others. 1 body intent, 2 sword intents. Zhuo Tianyun's eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a vortex of sword qi in his pupils, revealing a sharp and cold light. Comprehending martial intent was not a big problem for those top geniuses, but comprehending multiple martial intents was very difficult. A mere disciple from a 4-star force had mastered 3 martial intents, which was surprising. Especially 2 of them were sword intents, which made Zhuo Tianyun, who also practiced sword, very interested. Another battle was coming. As soon as the 2 sides appeared, it immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Qi Jiutian versus Qi Longhai. So far, these 2 people had won one battle after another. They were very strong and had the ability to enter the top 10. Qi Jiutian's eyes were filled with fire, and Qi Longhai's eyes were like surging waves. Opponents. Besides the top 3 disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, their strongest opponents were each other. The number 1 true disciple of 2 great 5-star forces. The collision of water and fire. Boom! Qi Jiutian's powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. It was like a volcanic eruption. His aura surged and a dragon's roar could be heard. The red Qi strength turned into a fire dragon and surrounded Qi Jiutian's body. Scorching heat filled the air, covering a radius of 10 meters. It was as if it could melt gold and iron. Boom! The blue aura was like a surging tide, surging violently, setting off Qi Longhai's body, making him look like a dragon swimming in the water. The blazing and icy aura collided, creating a shocking momentum, as if raging waves were crashing against the shore. Rustling sounds continued to ring out, and white mist filled the air, curling up like water mist. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched. Even the top 3 disciples of Floating Cloud Palace were like this. In their opinion, whether it was Qi Jiutian or Qi Longhai, both of them already had the strength to enter their eyes. Qi Longhai, watch me burn your sea dry. As soon as Qi Jiutian's voice fell, an even more terrifying blazing aura rushed out crazily. His whole body shook like a fire dragon swinging its tail, approaching Qi Longhai. His claws were like dragons, and his scales were delicate and lifelike. You don't have this ability. Qi Longhai smiled proudly, and the blue aura around his body surged even more, turning into an endless river that surged out. The water and fire collided in an instant, creating an even more shocking momentum. Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai launched their respective attacks in the midst of the fire and water vapor. As top geniuses, In addition to cultivating martial arts to a very high level, their martial arts foundations were also very solid, and their moves were very easy to use. Qi Jiutian's every move was like a volcanic eruption, and its power was shocking. Qi Longhai's every move was vigorous, and his power was continuous. Qi Jiutian was a fire, and his fire was an instantaneous explosion, concentrating all of his power into one attack. It was very terrifying. Qi Longhai was like water, and water was vigorous, continuous, and full of power. There was an ancient saying that water and fire were incompatible. Fight, fight, fight. Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's strength were on par with each other, and the battle became more and more intense. As the collision reached the climax, there was still no clear winner. The extremely powerful impact covered the entire arena, but it was blocked by the coiling dragon wall, creating layers of ripples. It was very terrifying. That kind of power would immediately injure an ordinary half-step mortal realm cultivator. Qi Jiutian exerted the fiery dragon art to the extreme. Fiery dragon spits pearl, fiery dragon swings its tail, fiery dragon flips its body, and fiery dragon reaches its claws. Qi Longhai also used the famous martial art of the Wan Shui Temple, Thousand Torrents. This battle lasted for a full quarter of an hour, but no one could do anything to the other. The process of the battle was extremely intense and exciting. The audience was mesmerized by it, and they had a deeper understanding of Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's strength. No wonder he is the top true disciple of a five-star force, Chun Zong said to himself. Both Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai were very powerful. Geniuses like Li Zhenyi and Xie Yuxuan could not be compared at all. The gap between them was obvious. The difference in talent, the difference in cultivation methods, the difference in martial arts, and the difference in other aspects. After 15 minutes of the battle, Qi Jiutian suddenly stopped. His body trembled violently, and an extremely powerful aura burst out. It was completely different from the aura before. Vaguely, there seemed to be the roar of a tiger. Tiger power state. The knowledgeable people were stunned. They had never expected Qi Jiutian to cultivate his body. It was not easy to cultivate both qi and energy at the same time. Time was limited, and energy was limited. Cultivating qi would take up most of one's time and energy, so there was no time to do other things. Even if some people cultivated both qi and energy at the same time, they would mainly cultivate qi and cultivate their body as a supplement. The purpose was to strengthen their body and improve their survival ability. That was all. But now, looking at the aura around Qi Jiutian, it could be seen that Qi Jiutian's attainment in body refining was not bad. He had put in a lot of effort. The aura around Qi Jiutian's body refining technique was familiar to Chun Zong. True flame body refining technique. Did Qi Jiutian also enter that underground palace? Chun Zong could not help but guess. But even so, it was not a big deal. He could enter that underground palace in exchange for the true flame body refining technique. It was normal that Qi Jiutian could get it. He should be at LV9 of the Tiger Power State. Chun Zong observed carefully. He did not know how long Qi Jiutian had obtained the true flame body refining technique. After using the true flame body refining technique, Qi Jiutian's aura became more powerful. It was the combination of body refining and qi refining. He suddenly rushed toward Qi Longhai, causing Qi Longhai's aura to tremble. Qi Jiutian rushed forward. After using his body refining cultivation, Qi Jiutian's close combat power was obviously increased. The power of each of his moves was more terrifying, which made Qi Longhai's face turn serious. In comparison, Qi Longhai did not refine his body. After taking Qi Jiutian's attacks, his hands began to feel numb. Qi Longhai's eyes flashed. After taking Qi Jiutian's attack head-on, Qi Longhai used the force to quickly retreat and distance himself from Qi Jiutian. "I admit defeat," Qi Longhai shouted directly. Qi Jiutian paused. The burning aura around him dissipated, and he looked at Qi Longhai deeply. Qi Jiuqian felt that Qi Longhai was still holding back, but he admitted defeat. Obviously, Qi Longhai did not want to reveal his trump card. Maybe he had other considerations. But since Qi Longhai admitted defeat, Qi Jiuqian won. Qi Longhai's coiling dragon pillar fell significantly, while Qi Jiuqian's coiling dragon pillar rose significantly. No matter whether Qi Longhai was hiding his strength or not, and why he was hiding his strength, he had lost. He had lost to Qi Jiuqian in front of everyone. He had lost to Qi Jiuqian in the dragonization battle. Of course, Qi Jiuqian was still somewhat unhappy that he had not completely defeated Qi Longhai. Li Zhini won another battle. It was a very difficult victory, and he had suffered heavy injuries. According to the situation, Li Zhini would probably continue to lose. For example, Xie Yuxuan and the others were also mostly defeated. It could be said that among the disciples of the four-star forces in the Dongshan area, except for Chunzong, most of them were defeated. It cannot be helped. After all, the disciples of the four-star forces in the Dongshan area were not as good as the disciples of the other forces. Chunzong was unique. Zhou Tianyin went up and defeated his opponent with only one strike. Fan Feiyu was indeed the second disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace. His strength was extremely strong, and he also defeated his opponent with one strike. Li Jingyu also defeated his opponent with one strike. It was an understatement. Up until now, they had not shown much of their strength, but they could easily defeat their opponents. It was unfathomable. Another battle. It was Chunzong's turn. This time, Chunzong's opponent was Qi Mingyi from the Red Dragon sect. Among the 38 Dragon Realm fighters, Qi Mingyi was also one of the most important fighters. If I did not think highly of you before, now, you are worth my attention, Qi Mingyi said to Chunzong in a proud tone. Since Chunzong defeated the Floating Cloud Palace disciple, the group of people paid more attention to him. Chunzong smiled and slowly pulled out the White River Sword. Qi Mingyi's strength was indeed not weak. It was worth it for him to use part of his strength. The long sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was as bright as water, emitting a trace of coldness. Qi Mingyi's eyes focused, and an extremely sharp light shot out from his eyes. It was as red as fire, and a strong aura exploded around him. The dragon's roar was loud, and the shadow of a dragon circled around him. It was as if a fire dragon had descended. The martial arts that Qi Mingyi cultivated were the same as Qi Jiuqian's. It was the Flame Dragon technique, a mortal-level martial arts of the Red Dragon sect. In terms of the attainment of the Flame Dragon technique, Qi Mingyi was not much inferior to Qi Jiuqian. Moreover, Qi Mingyi also cultivated the Red Dragon sect's spiritual level, mid-level martial arts, and his spiritual energy was very pure. As soon as the Flame Dragon technique was used, Qi Mingyi turned into a red dragon. He suddenly soared into the sky, and with a blazing and domineering aura, he flew towards Chunzong. His hands were like claws, and his legs were like a tail. He launched an overbearing and sharp attack. Qi Mingyi seemed to have really turned into a fire dragon. It was shocking. Facing Chunzong, he had already shown his true strength. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.